There's some, let's see here. Something when the game starts. Like, see what that is.
Many of us continue the search. The search for secrets left over from the days long gone. Before the end of civilization, as we knew it. In a day in a world, in long abandoned ruins. Relics await, well hidden from prying eyes. In our world, there is only radiation, cold, desolation, and death. How many years has it been since the day the Cold War ended with mutually assured destruction? 15, 20. We are looking for a path that would lead our people out of the ruins. Mysteries of the past. But sometimes we forget the old adage. In the wastes, nothing is what it seems.
Okay. New game. Great character. If there's one that fits what I want to be. That one looks good. Forest. Okay. Been looking at what to build, so here. Something like that. And you can actually see here what things do. Sensei does give us endurance decks, hand-to-hand melee weapons dodge. So we're gonna try and use up. This. This one is very different. It has more information. You get stuff from, see what bonuses you get and so on. Let's see. What else? Oops. Guilty. Let's see, tinkering. That's learning. Obsec, and then we have bookworm. Also this one. Let's start a class. We get 3 skill points and 1 ability point each time we level. And we have here. The plot armor. Is to avoid a knockdown, which was important even in the first one we did. We're getting oak skin, more protection, deep pockets. We can carry more since we got minus on our distinction. That negates the carry weight. Juggernaut. Then we have throwing weapon. Throwing. So we're gonna use crossbows, so we got that one. Then it is there. That's this one, I think. We're gonna cause the one last section point, and then it was this one. And we play on normal just to learn. Because if you start here, you get less XP, you get a lot more random encounters. We play just to have a good time. Win some battles. CC.
Attention, Major. Everything you are about to hear is highly classified. We choose you for this briefing due to your activities in the Central Wastes 2 years ago. The information about the asteroid you delivered upon return from Krasnoznamenny greatly agitated the Central Command. Our science teams did not reach a solid conclusion, but all of them agreed that the potential impact of the asteroid would be devastating to all life in the wastes. This is why Central Command organized a special research group with the goals of studying the nature of the problem and finding possible solutions. For the last 1.5 years, the best minds of ATOM worked on this problem. Now it seems that, despite the current state of science and technology in the wastes, a solution has been reached. East of the Central Waste and our base of operations, there is a city called Trudograd. Once it was home to a special strategic manufacturing facility, the Inverter Factory, which was ran by a certain Professor Goryachev. As you know, Trudograd survived the war much better than most cities and towns of our motherland. Thus, it is possible that the facility still stands or even operates protected by the city walls. This facility is very important to our cause. Before the war, it was used to manufacture an experimental electromagnetic propulsion device, the RR-1 railgun. According to top-secret documents we uncovered during our research, this invention of Professor Goryachev was able to deliver special polymer-based projectiles straight into Earth's orbit, or even further into outer space at tremendous speeds. If this information can be trusted, this device might just happen to be humanity's sole chance at destroying the asteroid before impact. Your mission is to venture into Trudograd, find Professor Goryachev and scout out the inverter facility for any traces of the RR-1 railgun. If the propulsion device will be found, we will take it from there, securing entry and spotting it to HQ for further study and usage against the asteroid menace. Good luck, Major, and let there be ATOM.
you're sitting in a small clearing in front of a blazing campfire. The autumn forest surrounds you, and it creaks peacefully in the dead of night. The air hangs heavy with the promise of snow and the beginning of winter. The fire crackles softly with the branches that you feed it, enchanted by the darting, dancing flames. Crackling wood and the hiss of boiling sap are the only sounds in your tiny campsite. With a sigh, you stretch your back and gaze over at your surprised guest. He's a short fellow, hunchbacked and raggedly dressed. He emerged from the tall trees about an hour ago and asked if he could warm his bones by the fire. Surprisingly, you disregarded your hard-earned knowledge of the wastes and agreed. Now, he's sitting on the opposite side of the fire, his face hidden in the shadows of a hood. His silence is unnerving. You begin to regret allowing the stranger into your camp. Maybe saying something would help ease the tension?
Him? Start singing, huh? Quite nice, isn't it?
The stranger looks away, up from the fire, and stares directly at you. Or at least it feels like he's staring. You cannot make out his face. Yes, no wind, he says in a calm and very soothing voice. A moment later, he asks, are you traveling from far away?
No, I'm local through and through.
Well, if you say so. The man falls silent once more, but then throws a dry stick into the flames. Sparks fly up like a cloud of fireflies into the cold heavens as he asks, did you hear what happened in Krasnoznameni? It's a city to the west of here. You feel a strange urge to tell him the truth. Who knows why? Perhaps telling someone about your adventures will make them more real. Maybe even grant them some kind of meaning.
Every person in Krasnoznameni is not part of one vast hive mind.
What has this world come to? Hive minds, visitors from the past, parallel worlds. The war severely altered what people perceive as reality. The stranger adjusts his hood and sinks down into a pile of old clothes. I suppose, with a turn of event like these, Dan's factory gang and that sweet little village of Atradnoye were doomed. He shivers slightly. Silence reigns again for a while, until a wolf's howl in the distance causes you to look around frantically. Danger lurks in every corner of the wastes, and it pays to be cautious. Why then did you so calmly choose to share your campfire with this odd fellow, a man you know nothing about? As if on cue, the stranger speaks again. And what happened in the trading hub? Paragon. Do you know?
Well, Paragon is doing what? It's growing.
Glad to hear not all is lost in that corner of the wastes. The man stretches his arms up as if to pluck a low-hanging star. Tell me, who did you share your travels with back then? I know it's kind of a personal question, but indulge me, please.
So, we did it solo though, but if I want a companion, can I pick X again here? Do I get him? Or If I pick the first one, do I get 2? Hmm. 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 Let's see if let's see.
The man
You
nods
picked
and
with
again
hexagon.
gazes down into the fire. You take a drink from your water flask and hold it out to share. He shakes his head no. 5 hard minutes of silence follow until you've had your fill of waiting and guessing. You lean forward, focus exactly on the darkness within the man's cowl, and in a stern voice, ask.
Hmm. Who am I talking to? Introduce yourself.
Over the years, people have given me many different names, your guest states without emotion. But isn't it true that names, like other words, have no intrinsic meaning? Words are senseless, unless living people recall them and give them purpose. Thus, when we meet again, I will once more become nameless.
Hmm. Oh no, could this be?
Of its own accord, your companion's hood slides limply away. But its absence reveals not a human head, but a glowing, undulating sphere of crimson fire. A deadly star. You yelp aloud, for a moment willing yourself to run, but already the night has vanished, dissolved in the haunting red glow. Never again shall you be able to hide from the invisible gaze of your nightmarish guest. That gaze is cruel and indifferent, and the lands it oversees are barren, burnt down to nothing but ashes and splinters of stone. You are so entranced by the endless landscape of utter obliteration that at first you do not notice how your own body has started burning. You are ablaze on the inside, like a bunch of cinders twisted into human form. And the wild, frigid winds scatter your ashes across the surface of the dead earth.
Ah! Damn, that was a nightmare. And where's my hat? Where's my backpack? Incoming transmission. You got the portable radio. We're giving back at base. Down the earpiece and turn the dial. Sounds like HQ calling to confirm you made it into the city. Come in, Static, come in. God damn it, can you hear me? Checking in, this is Boris. I hear you loud and clear, over. Hello? This is Vasily, the communication specialist. What type of... That turns out to operate his voice again. Okay, now it's working. This is communication specialist Vasily. 2104. Do you read me over? Oh, I can hear you. What's going on back there? Over. Oh, finally it works. The transmission tower is pretty old, you know. You want to send an expedition to look for parts. Or, loud crackling drowns out his voice. Damn it. Anyway, how are you? Did you make it to Trudograd? Over. Yes, I'm in Trudograd. I stopped at an inn in the outskirts of the city and slept. I'm awake and ready to go. Over. Then I replied, ready to produce another storm of white noise. You remove your earpiece and listen at a distance. Soon the static dies down and you catch a few more words from HQ. Not gonna lie, I couldn't make out any of that, but I hope you're doing good. Just don't get into any trouble. Everyone on the base is rooting for you. And it's pretty obvious why. You probably know this already, but those green-eyed zombie things are building a huge observatory in the middle of there's not many just to watch the asteroid. Seems like the Hesperian star is actually on a collision course with Earth. The mission is very, very important to everyone. Speaking of the mission, do you want me to remind you of your objectives? Over. Why not? Remind me. Over. First and most important mission is to find the railgun. It should be located inside the inventory factory. Although our info suggests the factory is now ruined, the railgun is quite a bit bigger than a water pistol, so I doubt it's lost. Probably still standing wherever they left it. Second mission is to find Professor Goriash, the head engineer on the railgun project. According to some admittedly older, 4 years old intelligence, he's still living somewhere in the city. These are your objectives for the time being. Use your portable computer if you need to refresh your memory again. It's very useful and stores all kinds of information, including a personnel file and the journal program. Over. Alright, I'll check it in the hour. I'm checking right now. Got anything important to say? Over. Or static? Just let me finish briefing this goof and we'll take a small break. Oh, Boris, you still there? I'm ready to repair this hunk of a junk radio. Remember you have amber level clearance, so you can always contact us yourself. Good luck out there. Over and out. Over and out. Yeah. You jammed the door of the closet holding your room key. It's an unfortunate mistake, but not valid. You pick the lock, hold the left mouse button on the door and shoots lockpick. Open inventory and left click and drag key onto slot 1, see image. Just place the key in your character's hand and left click the door to unlock and open it. Hmm. Let me see. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Oh, okay. Hmm. Shotgun jumps. Hmm. Hey, dandelion first, I'm all yours. What the heck? Nearly 4 years, a well-dressed fellow with many rings and heavy gold, possibly polished copper chain. Looks you up and down, clicks his tongue and gestures his nearby women. Came here to have some fun? Alright, whom do I have the pleasure of addressing? Ah, so you don't know. I'm a pimp, baby. Dandelion the pimp is what they call me. I would like to ask a couple of questions first. I would say with you, I don't like you very much, so it's safe to assume that other people around here won't find you especially charming either. But I suppose I can give you a couple of minutes because I have a big heart. What can you tell me about Trudograd? Let me tell you, this world is a cold and hostile place, and the amount of metaphorical firewood needed to keep everybody safe and warm is limited. Trudograd has the biggest bonfire in the region, keeps all of the Trudogradians happy. Now keep in mind everybody loves a bonfire, especially those who got the short end of the stick. And your point is? People quickly get accustomed to the easy living here. We tend to forget how they used to fight over things like food and clean water. Take things by force from anyone weaker. And if you ever start to get a bit too comfortable, you might end up in a ditch trying to breathe through a brand new slit in your neck. I'm exploring employment opportunities. In that case, you come to the right place, don't worry. The task at hand is unconnected to my main area of work. Are you interested, baby? Sure, why not? What's the task? This clown Valerian Tulipov owes me 500. Make that 700 including interest rubles. That's a lot of moolah. He was supposed to pay me back today, but unsurprisingly the slimy fuck disappeared. I'm starting to get a little concerned. His wife might know where he is. My address is 9 Kolotushkin Street. All my usual enforcers are busy right now. That's why I'm outsourcing this project to an expert freelancer. You. I'm blessed, baby. I can tell you're a seasoned adventurer. What can you tell me about Valerian? He's your average Trudogradian knuckle dragger. Back when famine stalked these streets, the city organized food runs, so there's called expeditions. Valerian used to go out with the crew. That's why the city pays him a pension. He survives on government handouts and the money he stole during his years on the job. How come we owe money to a pimp? Ha! He has a weakness for the ladies, or perhaps on the contrary, he's extraordinarily strong. Depends on your point of view. The guy stops by here every now and again. The prices are quite reasonable, especially compared to the official brothel. Okay, what else should I know about him? What else? Yeah, it's coming back to me now. Curious coincidence. Some rough cats were passing through here a while ago. One of my girls mentioned they were asking about Valerian. Didn't think much about it, figured they must be friends of his, but maybe it's not that simple. What else did she say? Who was looking for him? Don't know. According to her, they had a northern accent but were still polite. That's a rarity in this day and age. In any case, the only lead we have is Tulipov's wife, Ruta. Go talk to her at their house in Kolotushkin Street. Finish your job and of course I'll pay you for your time. You guys get a lot of the clients here? I get enough. A lot of travelers, traders, and other decent folk come to the city. My beauties helps them relax. Get to share some music gossip with me? There's a rumor in certain circles that the owner of this hotel is into some shady stuff. I try not to think about it too much. After all, who isn't involved in so-called shady dealings these days? Yeah. Then can you change the subject? Yep. See you later. Good job.
я вижу. Очень рад вас видеть.
Here, just a second. Okay. Back and let's see, where are we gonna put ourselves? Yeah, maybe. A middle-aged man with green temples gives you a friendly wink. As you approach, he extracts a deck of cards from his pocket with a business-like air. What a deck it is! Instead of a traditional suits where there are weird pictures, icons, numbers, and short inscriptions. Welcome to the city. How about celebrating your arrival with a little bomber gun match? We don't even need to wager if you're out of practice. Well, I want is to ask a bunch of questions. I'd love to play around the cards, but sure, let's talk. What's your name? I am player, not the player. Yes, player. I once put the name up as a part of wager and lost. Well, we have no personality, so... Are you serious, dude? Of course I am. Bubblegum is a serious game and it requires serious sacrifices. What do you do here? Mostly sit in a guest house waiting for new bubblegum players. Sometimes I also work as a wood turner. But let's not talk about the bad times. What can you tell me about the city? Other people criticize Trudograd, claiming immigrant workers from the north are deliberately kept in poverty. Pensions are tiny and the authorities are trying to drive out older folks. New rooftop constructions are going to collapse, taking the entire city with them. But here's my trump card. This is where Bumblegun was invented. Checkmate, critics. Any hot rumors to share? Here's an interesting one. Some bubblegum cards are based on real-life celebrities like Sioma Voronok or Cohen from Birobidzan. Do you know that Rap Boy is based on Krasnosnameni Mayer? At least that's what the Trudograd papers say. Yeah, change subject. Tell me about this bubblegum. It's the most popular card game in Trudograd, our cultural legacy created by Chores Zimonov, a gifted cartoonist and prisoner of conscience. While the Norderns fiddle around with rummy and poker, primitive games of chance, the wise man of Trudograd solves strategic dilemmas that would baffle Admiral Nelson himself. If you're unfamiliar with Bubblegum, I won't let you go without at least teaching you the basic. How can a card game not be based on chance? Well, chance does feature in the game. You might call it one of the key factors. Or even the only factor, but it has nice pictures and... Look, do you want to learn it or not? Come on, teach me already. Man claps his hands with joy. I'll be honored. I'll even give you a set as a present. It's unopened, see? I always keep one or two on hand for new players. The eccentric fan of Bumblegun hands you a foldable square vaguely reminiscent of a chessboard and a deck of cards wrapped in oil paper. A tutorial? Oh crap. Okay. Welcome to the game. Bombergun is a card game in which you and your opponent play as leaders of two warring city-states. The 6 cards you dealt every turn are actions you can perform to lead your city-state to victory. Depending on the tap, the cards can create resources for your city, use resources to attack the enemy, build defensive fortifications in your city. Everything is mentioned is represented by all sorts of indicators. Let me show you the features. Okay, next. These points represent the condition of the city. Some call these health points. Successful enemy attacks will lower these points. Some of your cards will also consume some of these points to cause massive damage to the enemy city or enemy resource. Watch your health points like a hawk. When the number hits 0, the city will be destroyed and you will lose the game. These are armor points, which represent the defenses the city has. If you have any armor points with the opponent attacks you, the armor points take damage before your health points. This is very good for your city, since armor points can always be replenished by playing certain cards, while your health points cannot be restored. These are action points. The amount of cards you can play per turn depends on how many action points you got. Every card in Bombergun has an action point value which you need to meet in order to play. Unlike all other resources which we will discuss later, action points cannot be gained via card use or lost due to an attack. Action points are added 1 point per turn. In the first turn of the game, both you and your opponent have 1 action point, 2 during the second turn, and so forth until 10 per player. These are food points, which show how much food your city has in stock. You can add this resource by playing certain cards. Some attack cards can only be used if you have enough food points. These are housing points, which show how much living space the city has. You can add these resources by playing certain cards. Some attack cards can only be used if you have enough housing points. Let us gaze upon the cards you have. Your first card is a Dugout. This is a resource card which will cost you 1 action point. This fact is represented by a black triangle with the number 1. When you play this card, it will add +1 housing point to your city resource pool. This information is represented by a picture of a house with the number 1 in it. The second card is Perimekios. This is a resource card which will cost you 1 action point, and blah blah blah. Will add 1 food point. Okay. Third card is Trench, should cost 2 action points. This card will add 3 armor points to your city. Nothing to get more complicated. 4th card is Scolia. This is an attack card, okay. So it will do 2 damage. And it needs 1 housing. And it will need 1 action point, but it also needs 1 food use. Yeah, so the red skull is health points. The card will attack your enemy city for, and it will destroy 1 housing. Okay. And Turnip Remembrance Day. This one would cost 3 action points. It gives us 2 food, 2 housing, and 2 armor points. Then we have this Yoma Voronok. A powerful card that deals 3 points of damage to our own city, but does 3 hit points to enemy, free food, and free housing. Okay. Okay, in Bubblegum you can redraw a single card each turn, but you can only do this at the start of your turn before any cards were played. This card is exchanged with a random new one from the deck. Okay. Just for fun. Let's just try this out. Oh, that one was kind of dumb to use because they didn't have any food. Oh. Oh wait, we have like so many. Oh. Didn't think about that. Actually, I thought we just gonna have one. Oh yeah, so it increases with every turn. Tie. Okay, yeah, I forgot it actually, you start with one and it increases every time. Hmm. Six. Hmm. Uh, hmm. Hi. Oh well. Back to the game.
У меня так много...
One dressed dark-haired man in his feathers leans on the counter and looks you over from head to toe. Doesn't seem like a threat. How can I be of service? What doesn't seem like a threat? Why did you look at me like that? Don't mind me, I must have been deep in thought. Have a seat and get yourself a drink. Have a nice day. You too. Could you answer, what is it? Could you answer a couple questions? Sorry, but I really don't have time to talk to you. I'm waiting for someone. Could you at least tell me why you gave me such a weird look when you first saw me? Don't mind me, I must have been deep in thought. Have a seat, get yourself a drink. Sleeping later gives you an intense look, gently shakes your head and returns to a clean without the same word. What's going on? What do you mean? Please don't interrupt my work. Woman pouts and turns away. The conversation's going nowhere. Okay. Let's see, we got somebody here. There a slightly drunk man is looking around condescendingly at the other patron. Seeing you, he spits out the toothpick he was absently chewing. Hello, are you here on business or just looking around the city? Have we met? Hehe. No, but you're the one who came to me. Alright, you can call me Casalevin. Visiting Trudograd on business and promoting my book series. Cool, can you tell me more about it? Sparked you interested, eh? Perfect, I've written a number of books about a certain ATOM agent who went in search of a missing general 2 years ago and exposed a terrifying conspiracy along the way. Trust me, it's going to be a real bomb. Interesting, could I read some of your work? I would loan it to you, but I don't want anyone stealing my brilliant ideas. It's based on real events, but who knows what actually happened. Not me. I had to invent a few details here and there, but that's what gives zest to the story. My establishment made it so much more than a truthful account. Where did you learn about this agent? Good morning, village boy. Did you just emerge from the bottom of a rabbit warren or something? You wreaked so much havoc around Chrysostomany that 7 people digging with 7 spades for 7 years still could not get down to the truth. The people are writing books about me now. That's unexpected. So you're this agent? Look, mister, if I had a rusty kopeck for every time someone tells me he's a famous celebrity, I would be a millionaire. Or a billionaire. Maybe even a trillionaire. Okay. Well, good luck with your writing, I guess. Thanks. Is there anything else you want to know? I'm honestly not in the mood for a lengthy discussion. What are you doing here in the tavern? Mans give you doubtful look and shrugs. You're apparently less than convincing. I see. Okay, I better go now. Okay. You approach the innkeeper at the bar. You're too tired to talk too much yesterday, but now that you're well rested, why not? He greets you pleasantly. Hello, dear comrade. How did you sleep? Hope the bed bugs didn't bite. Bed bugs? Please, not even the last night's storm could wake me. Good to hear, but if you do find yourself itching, please tell me right away. We Trudegradians value our hospitality above all else. Innkeeper seems about to add something, but instead he smacks himself on the forehead. Yes, don't worry about bedbugs at all. I just remember something really important. After you went to bed last night, this fellow started asking questions about you. What a twist. What did he ask? Nothing special. I wanted to know whether I knew you someplace else. I told him it was your first time visiting our establishment and maybe the city itself. Guessing he was intrigued by your stature and your gear. These adventures are rare in these parts. Can you tell me where this guy is now? Fair not. I've seen him a couple of times in the outskirts, but he doesn't come in here often. Well, nothing to be... was he spying me? Where did he come from? He was sitting at the table when he came in yesterday. Sneaky little fellow. Told me to call him Pencil. Don't believe that's his real name, though. Shocking, right? Thanks for the warning, I guess. Don't worry about it. I'm sure he was just an inquisitive citizen. Would like something to eat or maybe one of our famous souvenirs? What souvenirs? I'm so glad you asked. I sent these medallions with an engraving of the city skyline. They are a tangible way of showing how Trudograd is the capital city of the Wastes. I only have a few left right now, but another batch will be ready soon. Would you look at that? Do they sell? Like pancakes, friend. Trudograd is famously civilized. Everyone wants a keepsake to take home with them. Where did you get these? Did you make them yourself? Oh no, I buy them from local craftsmen. Around the city, there are numerous villages filled with handymen. Make the orders to support the local professionals. Cool gig. Can we maybe discuss something else? That's my wishes, my command. In that case, I have some questions for you. Fine. Listening, what can you tell me about Trudograd? Pleasant place to live. The authorities never barge in and interfere in private businesses. And why? And do you know why? Because our leaders are successful businessmen themselves. To believe the rumors, even the city police is a commercial enterprise. Isn't that grand? Privately? Okay, sounds very nice indeed. Of course it is. Imagine if anarchy ruled Trudograd. If anyone, and I mean anyone, attempted to fight the status quo, it would be a disaster. Everyone with backwards ideas like that must be punished just as brutally as in any totalitarian society, which we thankfully are not. Tell me about the hotel. I've only had this place for 2 years. Before that, I shared ownership with my uncle. I only ever asked 2 things from him. To up the salary of Lutka 1.5 with the waitress and to install a lightning rod on the roof. But since he never listened to me, Lutka ditched her job and left for the dead city, and the inn was struck by lightning. Since I don't speak ill of the dead, I'm not gonna tell you what I think about my uncle's management skills. New building I built all on my own, including the spacious cellar. I still owe money to some of the help. Will you give me some advice? In Trudograd, people are judged according to their looks or by their manners, and in critical situations by their smell. So I advise you to use cologne from time to time. Well, I'm not talking about you personally. You're a pleasant smelling fellow. Just saying. Any fun rumors? Never told you this, but did you know there's an underground revolutionary group here in the city? What are they fighting for, I wonder? Trudograd has it all. Got anything else? I want to scare you, but recently a caravan of the dead was spotted out on the steps. Not the walking dead, just a regular old dead. Everyone in the caravan. They hadn't been killed either. Though he is dead. The plague is coming. I'm sure of it. Anything else? Recent gossip says that some of Trudograd's mutant monsters are escapees from the burned down lab of Professor Vodkin, the mad genius. Too bad the asshole fled the city when people began to suspect him of gene splicing. He should have burned with his lab. God help us. Anything else? There's a city called Krasosnameni somewhere far away from here where the authorities were displaced by a gang of cultists. Now everyone out there shares a thing in mind. Sounds like a fairy tale to me. Anything else? The guy told me that they will soon be screening that movie in Trudograd. You know what I'm talking about, right? That movie folks made down south. You never heard about it? Okay. Change the subject. Some of what you have for sale. Okay, so what can I actually craft in this game? Is there like this? Oh, excuse me. Don't think. Okay. Oh. Well, I forgot that. Yeah. Sorry, but can you stay a while and listen? Yeah, what is it? Lost a very precious book somewhere in the inn. So this novel I've been writing. I know it sounds foolish, but I'm an inspiring offer. Please don't go out of your way, but if you happen to stumble upon it, I'll be very grateful if you could return it to me. I'll reward you too. Keep an eye out. Oh yeah, right click, yes. Before the war, Trudograd's climate was mild, with every little rainfall and high rate of evaporation. East, southeasterly, and northeasterly winds were common, with quite arid winds in the summer months. This type of climate was common to semi-arid desert zones. After the war, the city's humidity increased exponentially. This was most probably due to excessive flooding and the transformation of riverside lands to swamp. The exact reasons behind this change are unknown. At the moment, climate in the city outskirts is continental, with hot summers, average of 25 to 30 Celsius in mid-June, with a maximum record temperature of 50 Celsius. And long cold winters, -1 to -2 Celsius in mid-January on average, with the lowest recorded temperature of -20. Trudograd scientists remain vigilant and carefully track all available climate data. They're also developing new ways of controlling weather in the region. Yeah. Esper Star. Okay. Do like that, and then we do this. Yeah, what button is that down to? Was wondering about putting your weapon away. A faint, grim-looking man wearing a doctor's hat wanders the small kitchen. He holds a metal spatula aloft with such grace you would think he was a royal scepter. Alright, time for chit-chat. What, you won't even answer a few questions for me? Nothing you want, probably, can't you see I'm busy? Cook lifts a lid from one of the pots and the kitchen is immediately filled with mouth-watering yet unusual aromas. You recognize the scents of brown beans, car batteries, sawdust, sauerkraut, and existential dread. All of this together reminds you of an ATOM missile. I must constantly salt soup, add vinegar, and keep it well stirred. And your very presence keeps me from my duties. Have you seen any surrealist novels laying around? Surreal what? What the hell are you talking about? The owner of our hotel told me he lost some kind of manuscript. Oh, never figured the old Slater would be interested in writing. Here's my advice, forget about it. What good are novels? Go do what you came to the city to do and don't waste your time futzing around in this dusty old inn. Hey buddy, tell me your name before I leave. You won't leave me alone until I do, huh? Look at my hat, I'm a cook, not a doctor. Sobakin the cook. Nice to meet you and farewell. Nice to meet you. I'll leave you be. That's a lot of goodness in there, man. Okay, so he's lost the holy oil. Helps. So, oh crap, there was another dude. Let's sell off. God damn it. Okay, so what's going in there? The heck, you're all the way over there, man. Usually I've been everywhere. It's just one room I couldn't get into. That's a question. The heck, you weren't even looking in my... Oh, god damn it. He wasn't even looking in our direction as he has noticed it. Yeah, I already been in here though. Hmm. Hmm. Alright. Hmm. I'm bored. Who is the finely dressed fur hat wearing man? He seems extremely concerned about something. Do not pass by Sham. Maybe you can tell me your name first? Oh yes, Feratov, nice to meet you. Takes his hat off and immediately puts it back on. I'm in charge of the bathhouse here at the inn. My regards, and what do you want from me, Feratov? Thing is, the steam room isn't available at the moment, sighs heavily, because we got rats. If only someone would go in there and kill them all. But you suggest that I undertake this extermination? Me? Suggesting no, never, makes a theatrical pause. But if you do, that would be marvelous. Of course they would. What would you give me in return? I don't have much in the way of rubles, but I can give you a free steam bath with all the trimmings. What do you say? Well, steam baths are quite titillating, but they sure are as titillating as all get out. So when you don't have the casual quacks and meds, a visit to the sauna might heal your wounds and diseases just as well, if not better. So be it. take care of your rodent troubles. Awesome. So you won't have any trouble finishing off those grey vermin, and if you do, well, then I'll find someone else. But can you try to get it done by the end of the day? We'll see. Thanks for killing those critters, man. Well, now you got a free wash. Can you answer a few questions first? Lieutenant nods, scratching his beard thoughtfully. What's your name? Apollinaire Crookwing speaking. Call me Batman instead of Feathertop. This one of yours? Bathhouse is mine. A lady attendant used to work here with me, but sadly she was recently mauled by a bear. Man sighs and morosely shakes his head. It's a pity, the woman was good to me and hardworking too, so here's my advice, be careful, nowadays even the once conquered beasts of the woods have lost their fear of us humans. But the city. Trudograd is restless, rumor has it the riches from the government secretly fled south when they did, and whether it's true I don't know, but you must admit, it's not encouraging. Heard of anything of interest lately? The lad passed by the inn a couple of weeks ago, glanced around at everything for the first time, so I asked him what cave did he crawl out of, and he told me that he came from paradise. I wonder what kind of paradise it was, maybe some sort of pre-war bunker. There's plenty of those hidden around the city, or so I've heard. Okay, understood. Alright, there we go. Play some chickens, come on! Usually it's not usually frowned upon. Seldom. Sure. That was a lot of nothing. Nope. Wonder how we can get into that room though. So... this book. I mean, it must be somewhere around here, right? Oh yeah. First in the lead. Nice. London Derby. Nice. Star. Well, I can't find it anywhere here. Mysterious gray-haired man is skillfully juggling an entire deck of cards. Oh, God. Come close to the magician, shoots your pierce and look quickly assemble his cards back onto the deck. Tricks is clear telling you he will show you a special trick for 40 rubles. Hello, could you answer a couple of questions for me? While he was checking his watch and nodding impatiently, must. Okay. Imposing woman in a mink coat and fashionable fur trim boots is watching the silent magician perform. From time to time, she throws a coin or two his way. Is he a patron of the arts? I frown upon your brutish choice of words, young man. Please return to whatever shady drinking establishment you crawled out of. Damn, is the show any good though? Speak for yourself, young man. A young man is watching the silent magician's performance with great interest. He seems to be shivering from the cold. Care to have a chat, buddy? No, can do, Chief. I'm watching the show. Is the show worth it? Listen, piss off. Can you see I'm busy? Why are you out here in the cold? I don't want to go inside. I'm fine where I am. Who are you anyway? Mother to Teresa? Freeze to death for all I care. Middle-aged woman with an impressive bouffant of grey hair is watching the silent magician perform, mouth agape in amazement. In a thoughtful tone, I wonder whom I could question on various topics around here. Woman looks too pleased but says nothing. Interesting show, huh? Just look at it yourself, what are you asking me for? Damn you. God damn, no, some people. We have a map. Who are you then? Sweaty, apple-cheeked man is staring at a magician perform his tricks in the street. Anticipating that you're about to speak to him, he turns and says, "What do you want? I'm kind of busy here, so make it snappy." Yeah, what are you looking at? Sure, what else? Come on now, something obviously bothering you. You'll feel better if you tell me. The man seems indecisive, but you manage to persuade him. He sighs. You got me fair and square. I'm watching the magician over there. Amadeus Telerov. Waiting for him to reveal his secrets. The truth is, I want to become a professional magician myself. Any luck? Did you learn any of his secrets? Well, I can see how he does all his little tricks, but the most interesting ones are, how should I put it, quite tricky. You know, I might need your assistance, sure, but I would rather ask for it myself when there's a good reason for it. Could you at least answer a couple of general questions? Totally investigate out of him, man. Okay. A few too. Asshole. Hey, buddy. Touching his head in his hands and staring down at his feet, this man is obviously wallowing in unhappy thoughts. Hello, comrade. The man sitting in front of the tent smiles sheepishly as you approach, as if trying to decide what to expect. Friendly conversation or a mean-spirited sucker punch. Something happened? Why the long face, man? Take a lot more charm than you got to entice a sad sack like this to open up to you. Okay, you need nothing, don't worry about it. To hell with that, I'll be on my way. Oh, come on, I want you to see if you... Can I ask you a few questions? Sorry, I'm not in the mood to talk right now. What happened? Okay. Yeah, we don't have that much of a personality. Mines? Ooh. We're gonna try and get that one. As soon as the bent old man sees you, he croaks like a sick frog, slaps himself on the knee and beams with joy. Howdy, stranger. Perhaps give an old man a hand. Help Gurion the ruffian. Depends on what kind of help you want. You're right to ask. One should always check with what one's getting into. What if you agree and then ask you to do something ridiculous? Fetch the moon from the sky for me, or catch a whale in a mud puddle. I'm a crazy old man after all. But today my request is a simple one. See this radio? It stopped working. Can you fix it? Gurion extracts a battered portable radio from the deep folds of his clothes and hands it to you. Right, hand it over and I'll see what I can do. When I first saw you, I thought to myself, this disheveled fug is going to rob a defenseless old man, god damn it. My second thought was, perhaps I'm wrong and he will offer to help me with my radio. No, the prophecy is fulfilled. Here, take a look. Gentle now. What do I have? I have crappy attention. What is my technology? bother with him. I'm gonna give you 2 bricks. That's 7. Got nothing that I want. I can't remember what my technology level is. No, with luck then. Yay! To the eccentric old man's surprise and your own, it works. One careful thump on the metal plate with the brand name Tourist. Enough to revive the device. The radio now hisses and crackles with white noise. Tune the radio to a local station to make sure it will actually receive a signal. Before you have a chance to adjust it, the old man snaps his radio back with a happy exclamation. The first thing he does is turn the volume all the way up. Hooray! You did it! You fixed my Tourist! Alright, in time for my favorite drama, Candle Lagoon. A staple of my childhood. Thank you, son. Here, take this. 1 toadstool, a bottle of moonshine, and some brine for the morning after. Will do. Hand them over, Gramps. The old man produced a cleverly concealed basket with a toadstool, jar of brine, and a bottle of moonshine from under his coat and cheerfully pushes it into your hands. Then he turns away, enchanted by the roar of white noise coming from the radio. Oh, what thrills, what drama! Don't go to Candle Lagoon. Little islands for pirates are waiting there. Well, I won't distract you any longer. Burn barrel. Oh, can we cook on this? Can we see our okay, here we can see. Yeah, we're gonna need food here. Okay, let's take a gamble with mines. Okay, so we know there's a mine there. I mean, we could go like this and eventually get through, right? Oh, come on. I guess we're gonna have to wait. But we are gonna have to eat some food. Can you see here anything about hunger or... oh yeah, there we can see it. Oh no, oh crap, oh. I thought it worked the other way around, but okay. It was only a 200. Don't need to put food easy. Let's see. How does it look like here? A crooked man with an unkempt beard paces a tight, nervous circuit, throwing a furtive glance at the city gate and whispering grimly to himself. How should I act? Black goat, curse me, beard. How do I find the lad? Hey there, man! Well, somewhere deep in his force, the man blinks hard twice and finally notices you. And hello to you too. Mighty sorry, I was just daydreaming about a certain dilemma. You wanted anything or what? Well, I would love to know what you were mumbling about just now. I sell salt and nuts on the highway, not the best business a man can tangle with, but it pays. One time this young feller bought all me nuts and acted all friendly like. He sat on a log near the road and chatted a day away. Told me he was an investigative journalist on his way to make an article about something yonder city. Investigative journalism is a dangerous job. Was he kidnapped or something? Oh, don't say such terrible things. Nobody kidnapped the kid. Just that after he left, I noticed he dropped his notebook. Probably fell out of his pack or something when he was saying his goodbyes. He had a whole list of people to interview in that thing. Here, let me show you. The man takes out a yellowed old spiral notebook, a few sheets of which are covered in handwriting. Look at here, numbers, names, something important for his interviews, I bet. So now I come here every day hoping to meet him again and give him back his papers. Even ditched my household chores for this, but he never come outside the gates. Why don't you look for him in the city? How should I put this? I have this agreement with the Trudograd's police. As long as I don't go near the city gates, they don't open fire. It's been a while since we struck this deal, but I don't really want to check whatever it's still in force. Maybe I could help you get this notebook to its rightful owner. Your new friend gasps with relief and flashes his crooked teeth in a wide grin. Listen here, that's just what I was thinking right this second. I can't go into the city, but yeah, sure can. Please find the kid and give him the notebook, I begs of you. The cow isn't milked, me pigs ain't slaughtered, my house is all dusty. I need to get back home. No problem, pal. Give me a notebook. Where should I look for this reporter friend of yours? He said he was going to Mikolaya's tavern to write about the city's revolutionary movement as well as about his main assignment. Smart kid. You're helping me out big time here, buddy. I can finally get me things in order. Just don't forget about the poor feller. Give him the notebook and tell him old Pikey says hi, alright? Sure, I'll do my best. Okay. To the loom. And time to visit buildings. A tall blonde woman says to you with her deep blue eyes. She looks very tired, perhaps worried. Who the heck are you? What do you want? My husband is working at the market, and if I scream, he'll be over here kicking you behind before you can say, Jack Robinson. Calm down. I'm just acquainting myself with the locals. Maybe some other time. I need to get back to my chores. Fine. Say, you look kind of concerned. Is anything wrong? The young woman looks doubtful at first, but it seems the troubles are bugging her so much she is willing to share them with a shady stranger like yourself. You won't believe this. Even my husband doesn't believe it, but whenever he's out of the house at night, some entity tortures me all night long and won't let me sleep. Lucky entity. Intellect. Did you say entity? Am I correct in assuming this is some kind of paranormal phenomenon? The young woman is startled to find out you're kinda smart. Yes, exactly. I'm haunted by this snooze no more devil. Oh my god. A foul little imp from northern folklore. He appears out of nowhere whenever my husband is away overnight for work. Oh man. That monster throws my clothes around the room and torments my soul until the break of dawn. What is this snoozomatic? What's it do to you? Besides throwing your clothes around. The woman looks up, she's about to cry. Everything imaginable, that's what. He shrieks and he bites me and pulls on my hair. Sometimes he drools on one thing and twirls it around in my ear. That little freak. But the worst part is that because of his devilish spell, I cannot scream for help or fend him off. When he's there, a kind of paralysis chains me to the bed until daybreak. Then finally the imp goes away. I was thinking I would ask the drunk who guards the parking lot to watch me sleep, but I doubt my husband would understand, so I must continue to bear this cross alone. Something to think about. Can we talk about something else now? Let me ask you a few questions. Okay. Let's see if we can remember that. Anybody home? No. Close the door behind you. Thank you. And me. I put, oh yeah, this, I put up Balsky, I'm interested in fun people in Trudograd. Rasmir is somewhere on Closing Street, number I know, I found it. Somewhere in Trudograd. Rap quarter. See, 3 targets, 1 meek journalist. It's gonna be a tough assignment, but I swear I'm going to interview them all. Maybe we will interview them, huh? Where is the... To whom it may concern, frame the atomic blaze by the grace of merciful fate and the might of the Soviet weaponry, Trudograd lives son. Okay. Kaya the herbalist. You notice a small hunchback lady of about 60. At the same time, she's noticing you, her uninvited guest. The longer her gaze travels over you, the more disappointed she looks. Fun, she says. See. The dry and withered one appears before the amazing Sakaria. Behold, people of the world, look upon this withered chunk of a dry biscuit, if you can bear it. How ugly, weak, and stultifyingly stupid he is. But fear not, Mr. Biscuit. I will heal you, and I will heal myself. From what, you ask? From the trauma of resting my tender eyes upon your dumb face. Let's see what she has. Healing powder, okay. Purple mix. Salted fish. Joint. Devil's weed, okay. Let's see here. Just want to get rid of those. The weight. applying. Minus 300 cold. That one. Just that, but let's see. I want to talk, not to listen to nonsense. You want to spend these last few moments of your earthly existence chatting about nothing instead of discussing your treatment plan? Fine, Dry Biscuit, have it your way. Tell me why you came here, and then we'll discuss curing you. Okay then, I have a few questions for you. Oh no, I'm not wasting my breath on you, Dry Biscuits. You offer some sort of treatment, right? Her lips briefly perk up with a little smile. He asked with feigned disinterest. First of all, do you have the money people want? 500 rubles, and do not lie to me or you'll face 3 unlucky situations. One unlucky situation I can handle, but 3? No sir, I best take my leave. What the freaking heck? $500? Whoop. Well, beer and bottle of water. What the hiker said. How can you see what you're already? Because I'm using something already. It doesn't come up. So is there like no way to see that? That's kind of weird. Because I'm wearing an outfit on me, this green thing. But I can't see, I can't compare it to this one. Can you like compare them somehow in this game? See what is. Just curious if it's possible or not. Bum bum bum. Just talks about. I just want to see because I can't see, or I just want to see if we can like. Let's see. Okay, so this here. So I'm wearing. Okay, so this is hiker. That only has 12 cold resistance. That seems pretty nice. If I put this on then, do I get the other set on me? Yeah. This one has 7, gives us some survival points. Probably might need the one later on. Over here. Calm down. This athletic fellow is holding a large backpack around on his shoulders. He looks into your eyes and states with a slight southern accent, "I don't know your name, Mira." Let me introduce myself. The counterpart nods, crossing his arms in anticipation. The name will be safe for me. Oh, Boris. Thank you for your trust, Boris. I swear I will use your name as leverage only if you force me to. As for me, know this. My father gave me the name Artaxasha. What the heck? But my stalker brothers named me something else. Call me Sher Khan. Why is it so important that you know my name? Knowing someone's name grants power. Like most of humanity, I have no idea how to use his power, but I know that it exists. Why do bandits hide behind extra wagons of bricks? Why do stalkers and mercenaries use call signs? Truly, every person subconsciously avoids revealing his true name to strangers. I do not pretend to know the mechanics of this process, but ignorance of these tenets does not exempt me from respecting them. And yet you told me your real name. Are you sure that Artaxasha is my real name? Stalker smiles enigmatically, but under your heavy gaze, a smile slowly fades from his face. Yeah, it is, but you told me yours, and I hope you weren't lying. So now we have equal power over one another. Yeah, right. Listen, I want to ask you a couple of questions. I'm listening, Boris. Where are you from, Sher Khan? Stalker turns to one side and points to a pair of boots tied by the laces to the zipper of his backpack. The left one looks as if it had passed through the intestinal tract of some gigantic creature. The right has apparently been shot point blank several times. The name of my native land will not tell you anything, Boris, but know this: when I left my house, these boots attracted many envious glances, for they were brand new. Now they are only suitable as a travel talisman. As for where I'm going, I have not decided yet. I only know that I will change shoes more than a dozen times before I arrive at my destination. What do you do for a living? I already told you I'm a stalker. Almost separated people from animals, implanting in us the unquenchable spark of reason. The secrets of forgotten bunkers, the life of villagers cut off from the world, the ruins of ancient settlements, even the songs of the steppe people gathered around the fire. Everything is fuel for the flame I'm trying to kindle from this spark. What can you tell me about Trudograd? Ormuz teaches us the truly wealthy are those who are reasonable, healthy, and live without fear, happy with their lives. Therefore, it has always been strange to hear the locals say that rich people run everything in the city. Ridiculous. Notice, Boris, Trudograd is a city of beggars. Here's some rubles with me. Rubles is a small coin. My treasure is the mine, my riches are knowledge. If you are thirsty for it, Boris, I'll give you a drink. But only once, because he who depends on one source will grow lazy. I can tell you about the ruins of al-Bini, the bloody waterfall of the mountain pass of Woes, from Sovska and Azov 404. Ooh, what do we want? Let's go with Azov 404. What's that? A subterranean city in the Altai Mountains. I can't say more, for its coordinates are a valuable commodity among my friends, but I will never forget the route to this protected place. First, a natural cave, and a path inside which ends at a huge steel gate, and behind the gate, residential buildings, shops, even a tram system, and all this inside of a mountain. How many miracles must this fantastic structure hide? Unfortunately, that is not for me to know. At the time of my visit, it was packed with dangerous mutants, so we couldn't explore for long. You mentioned some kind of Bronzovka. You won't find this elusive village on any map. The most experienced stalkers consider it a myth, the philosopher's stone of our profession. Yet I've been there. Though both I and my fellow travelers only remember vague details, as if that place wishes to leave no trace, neither in the world nor in memory. We discovered empty houses with tablets set for the meal, tea still warm, and fresh bread on the counter of the general store. But no matter how much we ate, the food did not sate our hunger, and the water from the well did not quench our thirst. How's that? Your guess is as good as mine. I remember we kicked down a door, but the moment we looked away, it returned to its hinges. One of my companions cut himself on a bit of broken glass, and when we left the village, the wound disappeared. The guy told us that his previous group quarreled over loot. One of them had his skull split open with a brick, but when the corpse was dragged out of the village, it came to life. He just mumbled about some chairman. This whole anomaly seems to be stuck in time as we were leaving. I looked in the window of the house we had just ransacked. The tea we drank was back. In the same places around the table on the same tablecloth I stole, and my backpack was empty. In a word, the whole experience was an illusion. Tell me about the waterfall. A few years ago, I went to see my friends in an old castle standing in the middle of a distant mountain pass of woes. It was they who gave me the coordinates of this mysterious place where the water was like blood. The liquid itself was red, but the taste, I ventured to take a single sip, was indistinguishable from water. Strange, yes, I wonder what gave rise to such an anomaly. We've been at that place in the first game. Tell me about the ruins. Bini is an evaporated lake far to the south. I wandered along its bottom, studying the skeletons of wrecked boats. However, the stalker worthy find that day was not made by me, but by a group of local farmers who came to collect dried algae to fertilize their fields. They dug up a slab hidden beneath the sill, cut from a single piece of black marble. After a day spent on excavation, the farmers realized this was the roof of an unknown structure. They had uncovered the ruins of an ancient city, a city of black marble. 5 pointed temples, trident-shaped spires, and weird minarets. Whose hand raised this place, and when? The answer was beyond both the farmers and myself. Thanks for the story, but there's something else I would like to ask. Okay, anyhow, let's change the subject. Whatever you say, just a moment. Competence is my main virtue. Stalker unceremoniously exits the conversation, runs over to merchant stalls selling hiking supplies. After a brief bit of haggling, he returns, clutching his purchase to his chest. This is a non-linear scanner, a secret pre-war invention used to survey rooms for listening devices and weapons. A favorite gizmo of stalkers seeking hidden treasure. Finally, the latest version is available. Thanks for the conversation, Mira, but now I must be on my way. Where are you going? Some scientist from Astrakhan is organizing an expedition to the Dead City. A scientist? Mira? He will get eaten alive without an experienced adventurer to guide him. Okay, bye, Shere Khan. Okay, An ancient woman is carefully placing various vegetables and tubes in the stand when she sees her claps her hands and say, "Hello there, sweetie, buy something. It's winter, you need all the vitamins you can get." Father, can I please get a discount? No, sweetie, the stuff is cheap as it is. I can see how I could make it any cheap. Yeah, let me see what you got. Okay. Could you answer a couple of questions for me? What can I tell you? Look at yourself. You already in the know about everything. Understood? Okay.
Да, что такое?
Okay, a woman in her 40s gives up on her attempts to lure the passerby to her stand covered in various alcoholic beverages and focuses all her attention on you. Look what a cat dragged in. So, a little bottle of liquor, a shot of vodka. I can see you're quite a drinker. I'd rather ask you a couple of questions. Careful, my neighbors have work to do. We got them. She has a little bit more money. Oh. I'm gonna use glass for anything specific. Because she has sullen. Do we have anything useful? Some more money.
Да, что такое?
The dry, still youngest woman behind the counter is quickly stalking and rearranging various meats. She trims fat with a knife the size of a machete and neatly separates bones and intestines in two different containers. At the same time, she ceaselessly calls out customers to pursue her meaty wares. What is it? Looking for some meat? Alright, talk to you. Yep. You got... The man behind the metal parts counter shivers violently, shifts his weight from foot to foot, and breathes loudly into his cupped hands. But all his fidgeting doesn't keep him from calling out for customers and smiling at passers-by. He doesn't stop smiling when he sees you. His smile simply becomes much less sincere. Want something? Scrap metal, perhaps? Wouldn't mind some stimulating conversation. Don't get so brother, but you can see him at work. Take a look at him goods instead. Let's see, what do we have here? Toolbox. Okay. Double what I have. The man behind the fish counter is absent-mindedly reading some pre-war book. From time to time, he licks a finger, which in all honesty could be cleaner, and turns the page. As soon as he notices you, he sets the book aside and summons a half-hearted smile. Hello, what do you want? You guys want to talk? Can you answer a couple questions? Nope. Doesn't want to talk. Yeah, and here we have these weird fishes. Okay. What do you have, nobody? The balding trader keeps screaming out slogans, occasionally pausing to sip from his flask, judging by his expression what he's drinking isn't herbal tea. What do you want? The moment's sold out, so I advise you to think fast. Maybe you can shoot the fat a bit first, what do you say? I'm gonna do a pan. Wait, I'll talk to you. Okay. Hmm. An old boots. Let's see. Lockpick. Ooh. $215, huh? And that is tempting. Don't think we would ever need this, right? That one. Let's see. Do we need an old boot for something? Think so, right? Oh, we only got two. Shanka would be nice when you're traveling around. Army hat is nice when we are in. When we're not traveling around. The blue-eyed salesman greets you with a neutral nod. After a few seconds of complete apathy, his voice rings out with flat, fake enthusiasm. Welcome to my store. I am Demian the merchant, and my price is steep. Come and see. It's almost free. Yeah, right, buddy. There we go. Bottom 1. Bars beat West Ham. Nicely. Maybe I have a couple of questions. Oh, he wouldn't talk. Okay. What can you tell me about yourself? Most of my life I've been a merchant. First I traveled with the local caravaneer as a guard. Then I became a fledgling noble entrepreneur with the caravans of Guangzhou, and now I'm my own boss. How's business? So I spend a lot of money on gas. A lot of my suppliers comes from distant villages. The local farmers' prices have gone up like crazy, all because they heard a rumor about some big unresting coming. So they're in a hurry to make as much money as possible while they can. What can you tell me about Trudograd? Mighty city, will you look at those walls? Skyscrapers wrapped in fog, a real bastion of civilization. Here's some juicy gossip with me now. People from nearby villages are talking about dark times supposedly on the horizon. They say the Northerners are going to take these lands and appoint their own commander over us. Nothing but baloney as far as I'm concerned, but those bigoted fools won't stop with their hateful rumors. Okay, talk something else. Show me what you got. Okay, so he has a lot of armor and stuff. It's clown nose. Merchant spread his arm to stop you from leaving, but at the last moment steps away aside. Apparently, he has decided you're not worth the effort. Okay. Plump and perky woman of around 30 standing among a selection of farm fresh foodstuffs, rests her hands on her hips and says, "We're here to buy something, comrade. No free samples, doesn't matter how long you stand there staring. My food is so good, it would be a sin to give away even the smallest bites." Do we answer a few questions instead? Okay, show me what you got then. Okay, so you got a little bit of food. Okay. Taxi, huh? More? This wide-shouldered man leans against his weathered car, crosses his greasy arms and asks, "What are you looking for, dude? If it's a driver, then you're in the right place." Well, right place, huh? What makes you better than the other taxi drivers? Taxi driver? Oh, my bad. Guys at the bar will have a laugh when they hear someone mistook Mika the wheel for a taxi driver. I transport cargo, no passengers allowed. In that case. Must be hard to find clients if you're hawking your services in the street. Thinking of weird dismisses your question with a wave. Long-term contractors took the whole blanket for themselves. Some are even subsided by the city. Hungry times are coming for solo privateers like me. Speechcraft. Big companies sometimes won't take on jobs that a private entrepreneur would gladly pick up, right? You know, you're right. These companies have gotten lazy. They won't do urgent deliveries except at triple charge. Not all merchants can afford that. I, on the other hand, am always willing to negotiate. I guess I'll survive after all, bro. I have a few more questions. Can you answer them? How would I talk to you? Don't know me, man. I'm fishing for clients, not random conversation. Okay. Fine. What the heck is this? The man of short stature is nervously jumping in place while every so often glancing at a shaggy dog sitting nearby, happily wagging his tail. The man is so consumed by this activity he doesn't see you approach. Negligent hound, good for nothing, not even for supper. Hey, what's the problem with the dog yonder? The man flinches in surprise and curses in an unfamiliar language. Don't creep up on people like that. Over jeez. That's my problem. Yonder dog cost me an arm and a leg, and I'm starting to think that little chassis wasn't worth it. Doesn't guard, it doesn't shake a paw or stay or play dead. The one thing it does reliably is eat. Ugh, I don't know what to do with this insufferable hound. I'm not a dog expert, maybe I can solve your problem? The man gives you a skeptical look. I guess you could give it a try. His name is Haitian. Sea cumber in your tongue. Perhaps you will succeed where I failed. If you do not, you have my permission to put it down. It's a deal, but can we have a chat for a bit first? No. Okay, in that case I'll be on my way. Young man, Alsatian tosses his head and looks at you with a silly expression on his mustache. Woof! Well, Hanshin, what do you think about a little workout? Dog goes cross-eyed and gives you a little whimper. Stop a simple command. Sit. Lie down. Dog stares at you blankly. What's the best approach for teaching him the basic commands? Strength. Lie down, I tell you. Sit. Assert your dominance. The terrified animal crouches trembling at your feet. Now that he knows who the Alpha is, Haitian obeys all your commands at once, sitting, lying down, standing again, and rolling over. Alright, what's next? You should bark at strangers or anyone that's slightest a bit unusual and bite people who hurt your master. Make a stupid face and hope for the best. One of your goofy tricks works. With an angry growl, Haitian starts pawing the ground. When his master says attack, the dog lunges forward, starts ferociously biting your pant leg. After a little more training, Haitian definitely gets it. Wonderful. Next command. The master doesn't ever want you to run away. Stay by his side unless he tells you otherwise. Unleash the dog and he happily runs away. Dexterity. Run after the dog and drive him to his master and make him understand what he's supposed to do. You tirelessly pursue the dog, eventually forcing him back to his master, who strokes him before letting him go again. You repeat the training until the Haitian performs every time. Okay. The work here is done. I'm off. Okay. Let's talk about the results of Haitian's training. Hope you bring good news. I'm done. Your dog is a new person. Dog now. See, you've driven some sense into this hound, though why? As a token of gratitude, here, take these 30 renminbi. Hey, don't put that surface. I paid that sum in rubles, of course. Let's see. 30 renminbi equals 300 of your local currency. A pleasure doing business with you. Hey, much obliged. Now can we chat for a bit? No problem, Honorable Levine. There's a couple of questions for me. I will answer all your questions though, but know this, that soon we leave, so please ask everything you want to know. What's your name? I am Shikawa. What may I call you? Glad to make your acquaintance. My name is Boris. Nice to know your name, Boris. May it bring you good fortune in the future. What do you do? I work for the Guangzhou Caravan Company in the rank of noble entrepreneur. This means I'm trusted enough to work at the caravan without constant supervision by the superior. However, I have nothing to sell right now. I'm waiting for a caravan to take me back to our base in faraway Neo-Khabarovsk. What can you tell me about Trudograd? It's a big, powerful city, not as big and powerful as Shanghai or New Beijing. Let's be real, but still. There's some rumors with me. You see the red star? In the north it's called Sigir, Wolf Star, or Wormwood. In the west it's called Shigir, Lucifer, or the Hesperus Star. However, we Guangzhou Caravanners are simple people, so we call it unblinking and ever watchful ruby eye of the wealthy cosmic dragon who begged to send desperate buyers with sizable bags of gold our way. Easy to remember and descriptive. Okay, buddy. What's this place? A sporty man in his 30s greets you. He seems cautious at first, but visibly relaxed once he has a good look at your face. He speaks with barely perceptible southern accent. Go ahead and tell me what you want, comrade, but don't come any closer to the car. My bodyguard and I don't like this. I'm new to the city. Can you answer a couple of questions? Go find someone else to chat with. I'm busy. Okay. A clearly annoyed man in his 30s is trying to pick the rusty, badly scratched lock on the driver's door of an old car. Noticing you, he nods and immediately returns to his problem. No time for talking. I really need to get going, but I lost my key and I can't get this bloody thing open. Yeah, why bother opening the door if you don't have the key? You can't start the engine anyway. I have the ignition key, so it's the door key I'm missing. I replaced this fucking door after a car crash. Man, do I regret that decision. I regret getting a new door. I regret not getting a keychain for a new key. I regret everything right now so much. Let me help you. The man gets up, puts his hands in his pocket and lets you approach the door. Wait. Thanks, I don't have any money to pay you, but if you help me out, I'll tell you everything in my village. What a good person you are. Thanks. Lockpick? No. Then we use strength. Jerk on the door to force the lock open. No. Technology? No. There's a couple questions. If I Try and get into the car. Check the car door. What the heck? How much strength does it need then? Uses his lockpicks and save. Oops. Not sure they weigh empty bottles. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have any more empty bottles. That's a lot of empty bottles then. More coffee. Yeah. I mean, we could sell, but they're not worth that much. Well, you know what? Anything for a little bit of cash, right?
Что еще?
The gray-haired but still hardy fellow in his 50s is staring angrily at the parking lot guard who looks nonplussed. Turning to you, it entirely pinches the bridge of his nose. I can't believe what I'm seeing. This enemy of justice wants to stand in the way of a man getting even with his son's murderer. Why aren't you allowed into the parking lot? Was last time I came this close to tearing that beast behind the fence to pieces. Calm down. Where do you think you are? This is a decent city of decent people. Decency. Decent, my hairy ass. Lawless, that's what it is. Far more so than up north. You cover up for murderers. Who are you talking about? Man giving some gestures to the fence around the parking lot. Here the expensively dressed creep standing near a large track, him with the bodyguard. That's Genevieve the merchant, an all-round sick fuck. A month ago, on his way to deliver goods to the city, he crossed paths with my son Vitya. The boy was walking along the road to pick berries by the swamp. Intellect ran him over, did he? In that same truck he's fixing? He did. It was a straight stretch of road, but that piece of shit jerked the wheel at just the right moment. Keep seeing Vitya's bent body flying through the air and rolling over and over after it hit the ground. He killed my son for no reason at all, that beast. He knew he would go scot-free in this city of corruption. Mad with grief and revenge, the father looks as if he's going to burst into tears. That's terrible. What are you going to do now? The man lapses into silence and glances suspiciously at the parking guard. I have a couple of ideas, but let's discuss them in my room at the hotel. I don't want to talk in front of this lickspittle. The man shoots the guard one last distaste for look and leaves. Alright, we will see. Yeah, we'll talk to him at over there. We'll talk to the guard. The silent but robust guy looks at you expectantly. Again, it doesn't seem eager to talk, specifically not with you. What do you want? And hurry it up. I don't have the entire day to spend listening to you jibber jabber. You guard this parking lot, am I right? Yes, I'm the guard here. Is that something you couldn't work out on your own? Calm down. I have some more questions. Don't have time. Get me down there. Something over here. Oh, campfire. We can fix our meat now, right? Oh yeah. Not that much hunger. 200. A black-haired man in Tibet, yeah. Cap raises a hand in greeting, but does not turn from the blazing fire before him. Salam, friend. Would you like some goat cheese? Yes, I wouldn't mind that one bit. Oh, I agree. That would be just lovely. I don't have any though. Not anymore. Anyway, did you want something or did you just stop by to warm up? Why did you ask about the goat cheese in the first place? Ah, yes. Why do you always do that? Talk about goats when I no longer have a herd. Probably it is a force of habit. In childhood, I haven't talked about anything else. What happened to your herd? Counterpart shyly wipes away an invisible tear. All my goats were taken away by the cleft-hoof mafia, cartel of shadow shepherds. I hate even to think about it. I've heard that name somewhere. Tell me more about this gang. Well, people, where I come from, several wealthy shepherds organized themselves into a... what's the word? Cartel. They started taxing and punishing anyone who was too honest or had too few goats to join them. I had nothing to pay with, so my herd was goat napped straight out of the blue. I did everything to save my poor babies. Ran after the truck, shouted, demanded justice, prayed, but nothing I did helped. Got it. What are you doing in the outskirts then? Since I lost my herd, I've been trying every way I can to restore it. That's what brought me to Trudograd. Wait for him to continue the tale. Heard that somewhere in the city you can find the seeds of a mysterious plant called boromets. This is a bush upon which tiny baby goats grow instead of the fruit. Well, if my source wasn't lying, of course. Keep your mouth shut. I understand it sounds weird, but I'm desperate. My sole talent is shepherding, but what good a shepherd without his herd? All my hopes and dreams depend on boromets being an actual plant. Who knows, maybe the legends are true. That sounds like quite a problem. That's for sure, and you know what the worst thing is? The gate guards demanded 100 rubles for me to enter. Where can an honest person get that kind of funds? Nowhere. I wouldn't pay them even if I had that sum. Walking should be free for all. Shepherd stumps his foot in annoyance, causing the nearby bonfire to crackle and spark. I couldn't restrain myself, told them what I thought of their rules. So they issued me a fine and said if I come back, I'll be in a world of hurt. That's how I got stuck here. I can't get into the city and I can't leave empty-handed either. I see. If I ever find this barometer, I'll be sure to bring it to you. Okay. Let's see if there's anything around here. No log or anything, no. An aging woman with a cigarette in her teeth is warming her hands before a flaming barrel, eyeing the passers-by with a predatory gaze. Everyone who catches her attention carefully averts their eyes and hastens on their way. Well, 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 look at little mice go. Fucking goody two-shoes prudes. When you're drunk, you come crawling around to make sweet love to Lady Daisy. When you're sober, you suddenly go blind. The woman sucks on a cigarette and wheezes out a cloud of dark grey smoke. Looking around in the doorway, she sees you are the only person who dares to go near her. Howdy ho, sailor, looking for some hot loving? Maybe later, I want to ask you a few questions. What a boring young man you are. Ah, so be it. What do you want to ask? Isn't it hard working out here in the cold? It's not easy for anyone, the pimp of mine. Sorry Daisy, but if you only fit for field work, so get your fat ass to the outskirts and start working it. Fuck. Do you have a lot of clients? Woman frowns in concentration and starts mumbling under the breath as it calculates something. Just plenty. On the outskirts and in places like the scrap quarter, there's tons of thugs of all kinds. These guys don't have much money, but whatever they do have, they spend on entertainment. What can you tell me about the city? It's a nice fat city, many foreign travelers, many traders, mercenaries, prime clientele with full pockets, plenty of weirdos and pervs out there too. Weirdos even before the war. Any interesting rumors? There's a lot of talk about arenas in the city where animals fight and people place big bets on outcome. If I had the time to actually find out these places, I would put 50 rubles down in a heartbeat. Yep, I need to check this out as soon as I get a chance. Okay, change the stop there. Okay. The blue-eyed woman is pacing in a short circuit, cooing softly to the baby held close to her chest. Have you noticed or rather sensed your presence? She squints and smiles with poorly concealed anger. What are you looking at? You a crook sent by his so-called father to harass me? Nobody sent me. Who's his father you talking about? You know who I'm talking about. Don't play dumb. The woman smiles hysterically and turns her back on you. Well done. What was that? So, is there a different way in or not? There. You approach the city gates with two guards lazily aimed their rifles at you. A tall man with a kind face addresses you without his hostility. At least for now, before you have said or done anything to change his attitude. Welcome to Trudograd. Hey there, comrades. I'm gonna head into the city, okay? Hold up a minute there, Chief. We get in alright, but first tell us your name. We know all the locals and we don't know you. My name is Boris. The guards writes down your information and look back at you. Nice to meet you, Boris. What is the purpose of your visit? All in a way is business, right? Business? Yeah, a lot of folks come here for that. What are you trading? Oh, you know, this and that, the usual. The guard smiles, scribbles something in his notepad, tucks it away in his pocket, and gives you a kindly, almost gentle look. That's all. Pay the toll and you can go in. Sigh and gesture for him to continue. Listen here, this isn't some stinking provincial hellhole. Nobody's gonna rob you. Give us 150 and go through. Speed scripts. That's not how things are done in a civilized city, comrade policeman. I'm tempted to argue, but you look like you could talk the devil into attending mass, you chatterbox. Go ahead, no charge. You can pay us later, I guess. Hold on, can you tell me a bit about Trudograd? Trudograd is the world capital, and don't let anybody tell you different. You have everything a real metropolis needs. Docks, a brothel, drinking establishment, houses of worship for most of the major religions. Anything you like, you can find it here. Anything interesting news going around? Folks say those buggers to the north have been really active lately. They don't scare me, but some are concerned they are going to cross the river and storm the city. Anything interesting going on in the outskirts? Nah, things are quiet right now. Just like I like it. Okay, well, I gotta fly. Ah, crap. I forgot I was supposed to go to the hotel. Talk to the guy. Hopefully we can get in free anyway. But not saving. The guy here but still hold a fellow in the okay. You came. That's good. Are you ready to hear my offer? That's why I'm here. Come on, let's hear your plan. Tonight I'll give the highest sign to a chap I know who will tell the murderer that someone scratched his car. When he and his pet might come here to find out what happened, we'll whack them together. You can take all the gear, money, whatever, anything you find on this piece of shit and his crumb bum sidekick. Now for my little boy, let this be for all the people who never had the chance to kill, thanks to us. That's good. I'll help you. That's moving the parking lot tonight. I can't take them alone. Agreed. See you then. Sure, why not? Hopefully we can remember. Lean man in a tank helmet is on a Fiesta cliff drinking with a weird machine on skis. As you approach, you see him give the last few turns to tighten the screw, then begin loosening it again. I see work's going well. Do you need any help, perchance? Worker jumps up, startled. Hey, don't sneak up on people like that. And no, I don't need any help. As you can see, I manage quite well on my own. Manage what? Are you the manager of tightening and loosening screws and then tightening them again? Nothing escapes your attention, eh, Swifty? Don't be too quick to judge my method. One day soon, this baby will race across the wastelands again, hunting down all kinds of monsters. The man Tone suggests the only thing this baby would ever race across is the vast expanse of imagination land. It looks solid enough, why doesn't it work? Instead of answering, the man opens the engine compartment of the impressive fighting machine. You lean forward, but all you see inside is Rust and a single lonely mouse who blinks his beady eyes at you before disappearing into the shadows. Satisfied with the absence of an engine, you turn back to the mechanic. He slams the hood shut again. Let me guess, you want me to go find one for you? No, you would never find it alone, but you know, there's something you can help me with. All ears. The man lapses into a tense silence, as if trying to gather his courage before speaking with gloomy determination. Get me a length of rope and a piece of soap, mate. Ordinary rope and some simple soap. That alone can save me now. Rope and a piece of soap, you say? No problemo. Good to hear, you won't regret this. Hey, I'll even pay you for your trouble. How does 200 rubles sound? Well, you can pay me right now because I already have what you need. Thank you, I'll put them to good use. Here's 200 rubles. My needs are few, so I was able to save this up without too much trouble. Speech crack. Hey mate, where else can you find someone to fetch your soap and rope with basically no notice? Don't you think it's kind of you should be better paid? Alright, you win. Here's another 100. I'm sure I'll get my reward too. In heaven. Rules, it's more like it. Johnny, by the way, if you want to see something spectacular, come back tomorrow or the day after. I'm going to show them. I'll show them all. Oh, why not? Right, I'll be waiting. But if you miss it for whatever reason, you have only yourself to blame. Right, well, have a nice day. Scrap quarter. Going into the city. Welcome to the map of Trudograd. Press on the available location to go there. Please note, you cannot travel between locations unless you have traveled to the exit zone of the current location. Move to another location, highlight the location and click on it with the left mouse button. The location visited thus far on the world map will be shown as well as locations that you know about, via quest for examples, but not yet visited. Note that before you could fast travel between locations, you need to visit them. Enter the unvisitable location through the neighboring location's exit zone. You can press the camping button to cook something on the barrel pit day and night, or buy a permit only day and only in the city. But be careful, the mean streets of Trudograd is not a place to hang around for too long. Okay. As a drunken man who lay down for a nap on a roadside snow, you're pretty sure that by tomorrow morning he will be dead. Townsfolk walk on by without even sparing their poor elbow bender a glance. Wait a drunkard. You shake and clap your hands in his ear and even kick him a couple of times. It's all in vain. Several passers-by look with pity on your attempts, but quicken their pace when you try to catch their eye. Oh, so his pockets then. In the inside pocket you find 30 rubles, perhaps the remnants of his last paycheck. Well, take the money for yourself. 30 rubles is quite a haul in this day and age, and all you had to do is rob a soon-to-be-dead vagrant. You pocket the cash. Back to yourself and not your problem. Your own urgent business is immeasurably more important than messing with some tippler. You should be thankful you noticed him at all. With a deep sense of accomplishment, you turn your back on the doomed fellow. Right. Nah, we're not done with it, Renji. I'm just not gonna stream it. I'm just gonna play it by myself. And record it and upload it on YouTube. It's not fun for people to watch or on stream, in my opinion. When you have to fight or struggle with just discovery or stuff like that for so long. But it's like what I wrote on Discord. Okay, enter. How are you doing, Renji? That is to that place. Next. Yeah, I'm okay. Before is a stocky, well-built man in a nice jacket. He's warming his hands over a flaming barrel. The man glances around and mutters, "God damn idiot of a woman." This is idiot you speak of, comrade. Man looks up, startled. What? Oh, that mutant lass over there, the one with the hooks for hands. Just as the woman marching along the streets, screaming strange slogans about turnips, beets, and other equally insane things. Come on, I can't be the only one who noticed. There's so many weirdos around these days. They make up religions or pretend to be birds or whatever, it's nuts. They're turning the world into a giant fucking freak show. It's not that big of a deal. People just trying to find a meaning in their lives. Meaning? What meaning? Why can't they find meaning in something normal, like collecting stamps or playing chess or gambling their lives away on Bombagun? Like it used to be. Anyway, forget about the retard epidemic for a second. Name's Yasuke Sakuro. And I'm an apple merchant. Wanna try one? Unlike my political views, the prices I have here is quite liberal. I'm interested in the inverter factory. Can you tell me where is it? No, can do. I came here to train or to learn local history. Try asking some of the old timers. Maybe they know. Again, I learned nothing. Could you at least explain to me why you picked such a weird locale to sell apples? Conversation partner looks away as if he has something to hide. Nothing weird about it. Why are people always so suspicious of me? First, they spread rumors about me being a violent assassin, and they say I'm an illegal firearms dealer, paying the local cops to ignore his deadly trade. The real reason for my commercial success is easy as turnip pie. My apples are tasty and cheap. The local hobos like them and they can afford them. Treat yourself to one of my apples and you see I'm telling the truth. Too bad. Me and my gang of trigger-happy criminals were looking for a place to buy huge quantities of firearms and ammo. Trigger-happy, huh? The kind of guys who shoot at the least provocation, like the sound of a bird song in the distance. Therefore need to purchase ammo in bulk? Alright, I only keep a tiny network of customers and that's usually enough for me. You seem like you would make a nice addition to our family of gun nuts. Jacek leads you to his truck and shifts a crate of apples to reveal a hoard of army equipment and ammunition cases hidden beneath. You throw a furtive glance at the nearby policeman. He's seeing the exact same thing but doesn't seem at all bothered. On the contrary, he deliberately looks away. Ah, that'll be a funny friends. Can I ask you some questions? Why not ask away? How did you get into selling ammo? In the 90s, that was the best way to earn money. It's not like that anymore. In Trudograd, it's straight up illegal, so I exchanged my stock for fresh apples. Yeah, you heard me right. Nowadays, other than yourself, I only sell guns and ammo to a few old clients I can't bring myself to disappoint. But apples are my #1 moneymaker. Tell me about your trade. It's a reliable source of income even during the months when I only sell apples. I have a good suppliers, rural grandmas with their own orchards. They sell these bad boys dirt cheap and in bulk. Whenever we sell them, even at the low price I'm famous for, I still make like 400% profit. Ha! Okay, what can you tell me about Trudograd? If it weren't for a few no-good degenerates, this would be an amazing city, but unfortunately, there's a boatload of lunatics around lately. Folks say that the red dot in the sky is driving people mad, the Hesperus star. Though these speculations are usually coming from the people who are batshit themselves. Astrologists, astronomers, witch doctors, and the like. Frauds, the lot of them. An interesting rumor with me. Far to the north there used to be this woman, a pre-war professor, who went all the way off the rails a few months back. People started calling her Mania the Mad because she was constantly annoying everyone with her terrible screams. Oh, my skull, it's cracking open. It's going to burst, call a doctor. Actually, nobody did. Instead, everyone made fun of her. They joked that because of her pre-war university education, her brain got too big for her skull. But a few days ago, some locals found her dead in her flat. The back of her head was completely obliterated, her brain gone. And the bowl of her skull was filled with thousands of tiny wriggling white worms. Weird shit, huh? Okay, show me your wares. Let's see. Oh boy. Hmm. Uh, 6 to 12. Hit with stock. Okay. No. That one will be nice. I should buy the bowls, maybe. Yeah, we don't need. It's pretty nice though. I must say. So if you put that one in. Okay. Is it weirdo lady? You see a small, stocky woman with signs of mutation, fetal alcohol syndrome on her face. She's marching cheerfully along the street, calling out various colorful slogans as she goes. Noticing you, she smirks to herself. Oh my, but this is a test from the fates. Will I sing so low as to talk to this disgusting asshole from a great cause? Will I flee? So be it, I'll swallow my pride. Hey, traveler, come closer, take a gander. Would you say that the fallen wind stands before you? Would you say I look like a discount hooker? Disgusting pig? A fucking hobo? A hideous mutant housefrau? Huh? Would you? Oh my, I would never say such things. Pleasant surprise, she blushes like a schoolgirl. Getting her bearings, she loudly clears her throat and continues. Oh my, what a pleasant, well-mannered young person you are. Thank you very much from the depths of my black, violated, alcoholic soul. Yes, you heard that right, alcoholic. For even though you see me as a beautiful, innocent youth, I used to be all those things I said. But you know why I'm no longer a degenerate. You know what my secret is. Intellect. Since you appear to be some kind of crazed street preacher, I assume the answer lies in a sermon or fable relating some quasi-religious self-help mumbo-jumbo. No, not really. Not at all. Actually, the answer is turnips. Look up at my stumps, you foolish in despair. The woman whips her hands out of her pockets and you instinctively jump back. Both her hands have been amputated, or rather chopped off, and replaced with rusty iron hooks. A dirty rotten turnip is impaled on each hook. Each of these root vegetables starts its journey deep underground, in mud, muck, and, God forbid, manure. However, there always comes a day when a caring farmer digs his turnips out and shows them to the morning sun. Reminds you of us humans, doesn't it? No matter how low we sink, there is always a way out. Right? Okay, maybe. Intellect, but some people start well off and fall from grace later in their lives. How do your turnip fables explain that? Fuck off! Think you're a smart guy, eh? Listen to this white-hot analogy. Sometimes turnips, after being gathered in the field and washed, fall from the truck into dirty ditches on the way to the market. Truly does so the people who fall from grace after years of glory. Verily, they should follow the turnip to escape their fate. There. Why the odd silence? Beat got you time? But the same fable could be told about any vegetable, like beetroot or even the humbled potato. Blasphemy! I swear that there is no virtuous root vegetable but the turnip, and Turna is their goddess. Compare the taste if you don't believe my testimony. Turnips are sweet, fragrant treats, while beets are disturbing, fatty lumps of fecal matter and hate. Potatoes are okay, I guess, but there's nothing holy about them. Okay, maybe. What do you want me to do about it? How should I know? I'm not your parking mother, am I? My role is to share the wisdom of Turna, the turnip goddess. That's it. We can talk some more or you can leave. You're the one who must decide. Just don't eat beets, for it's a grave sin. Hey, how did you lose your hands? As a secret, Normie, ask me something else. Of all the root vegetable, how did you start worshipping turnips? Sorry, Normie, I will only discuss my religious faith with those who are worthy. You obviously are not. You will have to be satisfied with that, what you already know. Hey, I see. Hey, do you happen to know where the inverter factory went? The factory from before the war. Turner knows, but not her humble servant. I was blackout drunk the year that place disappeared. I was so fucked up I wouldn't have noticed if Trudograd herself had vanished. I want to ask you a few questions. Not gonna lie, you're a terrible, disgusting human being, but you embrace the gospel of the turnip, so me and Turner welcome your company. Ask me anything, you wild scumbag. What's your name? Not in the mood to speak my Normie name, and I trust my awakened mutant name only to others of my kind. Even the friendliest Normie is a potential bully and gene supremacist. Also, my mutant name is so scary your ears would bleed and your eyes pop right off your skull if you heard it. What do you do for a living? I'm begging for a change and expose the way of turnip to the locals. Maybe one day, if I convert enough people, the missionaries will return for me, but we can discuss that on another occasion. What can you tell me about this fine city? Not that bad. Want to hear my motto? Life in Trudograd turned me into an alcoholic hobo prostitute, but my hands are lost elsewhere. What I mean by this is that there are worse places in the world. Any rooms to share? People say that up north winters become so harsh there is snow on the ground right through summer. You can feel the colder temperatures even as far as Trudograd. Okay. Yeah, she's a little bit of a weirdo, that lady. Little bit of a nutcase. Yeah, let's see. Okay, I need to use the restroom real quick. So let's do this. Let's get to listen to the music. What do we take? Something that will take a while. Yeah. Something for you arranging. Okay, I'll be right back. Recognize that, huh? Okay. Let's continue with our little journey. Boop. Okay. A hunchbacked old man with a long beard strolls around the room using a pestle to pummel something in a small mortar. Puts his tools away in a capacious pocket and clicks his tongue. Now, what do we have here? You in dire need of medications? But which kind? Let me take a look-see in your mouth. I have something for you. Open your mouth. The pharmacist pushes his spectacles up his nose, comes close, and squints even harder than before. Then he steps back to his former position. Lack of vitamins, weak immune system, typical. Every winter people suffer from this ailment, especially since the climate changed. And no need to worry, I have everything you need, literally. You need every possible treatment and cell to get better. Frankly, I'm interested in the fate of the inverter factory. The elderly pharmacist takes a couple steps back and cocks his head. The old man's eyes are hidden by the reflection of the lamp in his glasses. Inverter, you say? Oh, you're in luck. I happen to know a few things about it, but if you're so interested in the place, maybe you could, how should I put it? Pay for the information. 1,000 rubles should be enough. 1,000? That's a bit rich for you to tell a little story. Yeah. Smooth talk doesn't work on a wrinkled old man. Cash on the barrelhead and I'll tell you all I know. Forget it. Can we talk about something else now? Answer a couple of questions. If you want it so badly, may I ask what your name is? My name is Inukontei Bugovsky, but you can call me Bug the Pharmacist. This nickname stuck to me a long time ago, unfortunately. Now it's become something of a trademark. So what do you do here? For the war, I taught chemistry in public school. Now, as you can see, I'm a pharmacist. A quiet and relatively lucrative business is just the thing for someone my age. Tell me about Trudograd. Young folks seem to think this is a good place to make money, and they are right. Until the oligarchy decides to shove a stick in the spokes of the wheel of small business. Are there any rumors you'd like to share? People saying the city's revolutionaries want to establish a dictatorship of the proletariat. I have nothing against the proletariat, but I don't really like the word dictatorship. Okay, let's see what he has. We got all the goodies. Previous game. You want to... Okay. Oh, he wants 1,000 rubles. Oh. Let's save and okay. Aurora Zersinskaya 1. Black Gold of Benzidar. First book of 5. Yeah. I'll read all that. Shaggy unshaven big guy sets down his bottle of hooch and glances at you gaily. Good help to you, bud. Looks at his collection of empty bottles. What's the occasion? Man chuckles and runs a broad hand through his unkempt hair. You think every drinking binge needs a reason? I don't know. Wouldn't hurt, I guess. Good for you if you think like that, but I don't need one. I don't need any reason no more. The big guy leans back and a satisfied smile appears on his face. What's my whole life is one damn party. I'm not even being ironic right now. Hey, can you tell me what happened to the local factory? Ask my neighbor instead. During the night he stays at my place, but during the day he and his wife are out looking for heroes. And with damn good reason. Go and talk to him. Thanks, but can I ask you some questions first? Sorry, bud, but I'm not in the mood. Okay. Well, party on, buddy. I'm just gonna see if he notices this. If he's drunk enough or... Yeah, okay, he noticed it. Wasn't drunk enough. Be that blind. More coffee. Coffee. Okay. Got some toilet paper. Yeah, baby. Ooh, hello. Might need that for digging up stuff. Loot everything, no matter what, because we will make any money we can. See if there's anybody home here. Notice. The man standing at the table is completely engrossed in repairing a complex-looking lock. When he spots you, he adjusts his glasses and addresses you in an annoyed, nasally voice. I'm Ryoka. What do you want? Is it lock repair? So you're a locksmith, huh? How's business? It's alright, thanks for asking. Are you here to complain? Did someone crack open your newly locked door and swipe everything you had, including items of deep sentimental value? It happens, you know, even with quality locks like mine. Oh, I haven't been robbed. Ah, then if nobody stole anything, why spread baseless rumors about me? Why say I intentionally include tiny defects in all my locks that criminal associates of mine can easily access the house? It's so simple to... I mean, my clients. These falsehoods are all nebulous and not true besides. You have my word on that. I've never dreamed of accusing you of such things. Think you could answer a few questions? Hey, I can't do that, too busy. I'm trying to find out what happened to the inverter factory. Can you help me? Pretty obvious the factory once was here, and then later it was gone. That's all I know. I'm a locksmith, not a historian of pre-war factories. Bummer, can you at least answer a few questions? No. The heck? You were useless. Yep, next.
Чего тебе еще нужно?
Middle-aged woman with unkempt hair gives you a grim look through her horn-rimmed glasses. What exactly are you doing here? Do you know this is a private dwelling? Are you here to rob us, or are you that cunning bastard that tried to make my Slava into an alcoholic? Hold on, what's that? Who's Slava and who tried to make him an alcoholic? An uncultured, conniving, disrespectful brute. Someone just like you. Slava first met this so-called friend at the end of last year. I met him only once, and the way he conducted himself painted a gruesome picture. So what did they do with Slava exactly? My heart aches when I think about it. They got acquainted at the truck driving lessons, and at first they just chatted during rest breaks. But then he brought Slava into his circle of friends, you know the type, drug addicts and women of dubious morals. He suggested Slava drink alcohol with them, played the guitar for them. He must have done something more underhanded to cripple my boy's mental capacity, because when I prohibited Slava from talking to that piece of human garbage in his past, he actually rebelled against me. Raised his voice, demanding I unlock the door so he could leave for an afternoon in town. When I said no, he became hysterical. It took him until morning to return to his calm, passive self. Thank God for that. Seems like Slava's new friends were your average city kids. Despite Slava being chronically lazy, timid daydreamer, which are not desirable traits, he still deserves better peers than some drugged up punks. Okay, don't know how to reply to that, so let's change the subject. Listen, do you know what happened to the inverter factory? I'm trying to maintain a civilized household here, so why would I investigate some ugly lump of iron, dirt, and sweat? What I know is that it was disposed of, and rightfully so. Can I at least answer a few general questions? Nope. Talk to him then. The young man filled his nerves with his thick horn-rimmed glasses, and after glancing over at the middle-aged woman standing nearby, whispers, "If Michelle Semyonov sent you, please don't say anything in front of my mama, and you know, just tell him I don't want the job." Who's Michael Semyonov? What's this job you don't want? It says a guy, you know, passed my truck driving exam using his GAZ and aced it. He was so impressed he offered me a full-time position driving for his company. He said, "The road, she's calling you, Slava. A man who's never tamed the highway has never lived." I agreed then and there because he was really pushy, but I can't make good on my promise. I skipped the interview and started avoiding him. But since a stranger showed up here for no reason, maybe he sent you to find me. I'm glad you don't know him though. I hope he's forgotten me. What did you miss out? You told me yourself that you were good. Well, I kinda was, and I always loved trucks and cars ever since childhood. Being a trucker is like a dream to me, I guess. But it was a dream. Then Mama told me to forget it. She told me I can't do it. His eyes grows blank and he clenches his fist. I have a bad health, you know, and a nervous mindset. I'm unlucky too, just like my father was. That's what she says. How can someone like me survive in the waste? Seriously, she told you all that? I'm not sure I agree with her parenting style. Oh, no, wait. Oh, crap. Cameron shakes his head as if to chase away bad thoughts. I don't know, really go up when Mama's friend come over, all they discuss is terrible things like that. Why would they lie? Please understand, Mama loves me very much and is afraid of losing me. She almost had a heart attack the day I started truck driving courses a few blocks up the road. Imagine me leaving on a week-long run. She told it to me straight. If I ever leave for that long, she must surely die. Ah. What are you gonna do? Live out your days staring at the walls of this room because of her overprotective bullshit? It's not poo. You make some good points. So what makes you think there's nothing to gain from staying here? I might get a desk job somewhere close to home. I can work there where it's safe to save my mom heartache. We'll have more money that way, and maybe I'll meet a girl. Start a family. I don't know. Maybe I should have a talk with her. Young pairs visibly and shakes his head, but in his gaze you read a completely different reaction. Hope. Wish he would talk to his mother and make her see the light. Please don't, I beg of you. Talk to her and convince her to let me go. Ahem. I meant to say don't talk to her. Yeah, no way, that's what I meant. I'll talk to her, don't worry, it's gonna go great, or at least not tragically wrong, possibly. Oh, thank you so much, but I think you'll be disappointed. We will see. Still got a few more questions. Questions? How strange. Well, okay, I would love to chat. Tell me about yourself. Haven't I told you, my name is Slava. Me and my mama have lived here for 2 years already. So what do you do? Sometimes merchants give mama some bookkeeping work and I try to help her out. I'm not good at it though. I also cook sometimes. I love to read. I really hope to get a desk job somewhere near my home one day. What can you tell me about Trudograd? I don't know what to say about Trudograd. I've never been anyplace else. If you trust what the migrants say, it's a great place. If you ask the old local elders, they will tell you it's terrible. There are a couple of rumors with me, don't you? Have you ever played Bombagun? I'll never touch those cursed cards again. Mama's old co-worker once told her that his neighbor's sister's nephew's teenage friend once met one of the 4 Bombagun Grandmasters. This Grandmaster agreed to play, but with one stipulation. His opponent must bet his mother's heart on the outcome. Kid agreed, and lost. Okay. Here's the subject, okay. Now what you need of me, comrade? And my answer is no. Let me persuade you that Slava should work as a truck driver. How can you not understand? The boy just entered a phase in which he believes himself an adult and is looking for responsibility. Believe me, I'm already taking measures to prove how silly this dream is. Send him to those truck driving courses. That way he will learn firsthand how dangerous and disgusting that profession is. He has some success on his driving course. He was even offered a job. That's not a phase, it's his calling in life. Yes, he was allegedly praised in a training school out of a pity probably. Believe me, if his career wasn't guaranteed to lead Slava's injury, death or disgrace, I would have let him pursue it long ago. Speaker, my dear, how do you know that? Won't kill the boy to try, at least let him have that. Success? You're telling me that despite Slava's lack of physical or mental prowess, despite having 0 life experience, he won't die at such a demanding job? Okay. Supposing he succeeds, what then? He put his pedal to the metal and leave me. What reason will I have to live after he disappears from my life forever? What does this have to do with you? I thought we were talking about your son's well-being. Tears start flowing freely from the woman's eyes, but she wipes them away and answers in a menacingly loud whisper. Right, who cares about my future? Yes, why not force me to live through my husband's betrayal once again? You ran out on us, you know? All I ever wanted since was to never be alone again. Is that so reprehensible? Yes, because it will cost your son his life. Flower's mother trembles like a cornered animal. Her gaze darts manically from wall to wall as if looking for an escape route. Finally, now she grimaces and in barely audible voice agrees. Fine, fine, fine. I'm a terrible mother. I'm the worst. I'm a monster. I don't know anything about life or my own son. I'm messing up his future. I dare dream of not dying alone. How selfish, right? So tell me I won't stop him from leaving. Tell him to try that idiotic profession for himself. That moronic toy car game. Can see one only result from this, but fine. Go on and tell him. I want his death warrant to come from my lips, so I'll let you be the executioner. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? I got delivered good news. Regarding... Oh, I just want to ask you to pay for the inverter factory. What do you know? I never met anyone interested in the factory. Want more people curious like you and me. That place was very mysterious even before the war, you know? So much security and a huge guard regiment, magnetic seals on every door, employee strip searches after shift. That's what Mama told me anyway. But after the war, everybody sort of forgot about that place. The equipment was sold or destroyed. No one cared about folks settling in the ruins. If only I knew why. It's such a mystery. Regarding my talk with your mother, I hope you didn't tell her anything. I told her everything, and she's granted you the permission to go. Are you serious, Mama? It's all true. Do what you want. Go ahead and spit on me and my family. I will cope somehow if this job is so important to you. Mama, I won't go if you don't want me to. Just give me a straight answer. You wouldn't like a truthful answer, so do what you want. Drive your damn trucks. Thank you all. Oh, except Michael is human and has probably forgotten about me by now. The position he offered is likely already taken. Could you please talk to him about me? He lives with the parking lot guard when he's in the city. Find him, please. I'll give you my first paycheck. What do you say? Oh, dang. Well, why not stay here? I'm back. Okay. I have no idea what that is. I never got the name of this guy, did we?
Это для меня честь.
Short mustache man paces back and forth. When he spots you, his eyes light up with hope. Sir, please don't walk on by. I need your help. Help with what? The mustache man visibly shears up and comes closer. See, I have a wee problem. Nothing too scary. It's just that some flesh-eating jellies called aspics have infested my home and I'm in need of a hero to get rid of them. The woman ostensibly rolls her eyes. Infested, huh? Tell this young man why our home is infested. Can we please not discuss our personal business in front of a stranger? Wait until we get home. This information might be important to us, so why did they infest your house? Well, you know, mutants are everywhere nowadays. He just appeared one day and started... Oh, listen to me. He brought the creatures inside himself. He was trying to breed them and sell their offspring. It was an amazing plan. Who could have guessed they would escape the cages? They're formless lumps of jelly. A dog with a head injury could see a cage wouldn't hold them. Man mumbles something and turns away. So who would want to buy a flesh-eating jelly mutant? Traveling circuses, illegal fighting rings, and plenty of other people and businesses. Just think about it for a second. Imagine a huge arena. Two mighty aspects ooze out and begin beating and slamming each other. How or why? But to ask how or why not? Fine, I'll get rid of them. Don't worry, comrade entrepreneur. Thank you, I open the door for you. Just please be careful. These little monsters are more dangerous and less adorable than they look. Why didn't you call the police? I did. They said that since aspects don't have minds or limbs or bad intentions, they can't be classified as criminals. They suggested I contact pest control, but there is no pest control in Trudograd anymore. I was eliminated. It was eliminated during buddy costs years ago. The rest of the respect, I think they were laughing at me. Fine, open the door and do the rest. So let's see here. What the heck? 3-star? Zero damage. Okay. Okay, so I can't damage them with this stuff. God damn. Let's see if we can damage them with just a knife then. Oh my god. Oh, that's what we should do. Okay. That seems like a more smart idea to do, right? Save me! Thank you. Where the heck did the door go?
Ну, здравствуй.
Man's in front of a burning barrel. He's surprisingly well dressed. His face is clean, his hair net and trimmed. He's holding a pewter mug filled with to the brim with black coffee, and his pockets are full of cleaning tools and supplies. Seeing you, he forces a small smile. Need a steam sweat? More interested in the fate of the local factory. You mean an inverter? It was knocked down or moved somehow. Sometime for some reason I don't know. Ask around, maybe the locals can tell you more. You look weirdly clean for a chimney sweep. Hehe. There's no secret to my style. I just like to take care of my looks, and to be honest, I haven't had many assignments lately. Why not? Winter must be the best season for folks in your profession. Yeah, it ought to be, but the scrap quarry isn't the best place for work, even in peak season. Not many functioning chimneys left in this place. Yeah, there are only shacks around here. Yeah, into every life a little rain must fall, but it's just a temporary setback, nothing serious. Can you answer a few more questions? Maybe a bit later. Don't see anything?
Что-то случилось?
Middle-aged woman with a weather-beaten face gestures you close and slaps her huge rucksack with response with a meaty clang. Filled with the brain with the miscellaneous junk. Nariana always has the best refurbished wares. Some are so fine you almost can't believe they're refurbished. Almost. Can you quit peddling your junk for 1 minute? I want to know what happened to the inverter factory. I take anything that shines, give it a little spit polish, call it refurbished, and viola. Profit. That's why people started calling me the magpie. Tell you what, the factory was stolen by a much larger bird, or maybe even a whole flock. While all the dodos were desperately struggling against extinction, the vulture came and tore the factory apart. Yep, but if you're asking the specific identity of the flying scavengers, no idea, birdie. Okay, that doesn't bring me any closer to solving the missing factory mystery. Can you answer some other questions? What's it to talk about, my little birdie? This clucking hen is a different idea. Help me feed my sunflower seeds. Have it by buying some of my amazing for refurbished wares. What do you have here then? Dr. Eagle's book. Okay. What does that give them? Det kostar lite. I wonder if this would be anything. Hmm. Shipping stone, coats of throwing knives. These to her. Just taking up weight. So where the heck did those people go then? Yes, the ground. Yeah, I mean, this is so weird. They like just run off to somewhere. So where the heck did they run off to?
Добро пожаловать в
Oh,
Трудоград.
damn. Those muses have their own afterlife they're enjoying now. Really? Amazing, all of a sudden that my noble pets died. I come up with a new breeding plan for them now. This time I'm gonna go off without a hitch. No risk, only rewards. I don't doubt it. You gonna pay me or what? Oh yeah, sure thing. Is 300 rubles okay? Speech here. That's not what a reward, pal. You're right about that. Let me give you 100 more, as well as a can of delicious condensed milk. That must be enough, am I right? Of course I am. That is better. Give it here. There you go. And tell me, what's the fate of the inverter factory? Most folks never question what happened to their place. They had other things to worry about. And nobody wanted to invite trouble by asking the authorities, but I investigated and I think it's safe to share that I learned all these years ago. The factory was disassembled and moved away from here by the former army general and current defense minister, Gleb Voronin. Now, why he did that and where it is now, I have no idea. You can ask him personally, except that no regular joking us walk into seventh heaven. Tell me, okay. And what's seventh heaven? What sort of place is it? That's what we bottom feeders call a huge structure on top of the flat block roofs. Didn't you see it when you were approaching the city? A huge district built for those who rule us and those who are rich enough to buy a life above the poverty and smog of city streets. It's forbidden to us regular folks. Well, is there a way to get in? Sure, you can either have parents who are important politicians or try serving in the city police. At a certain rank, policemen get a permit allowing them to visit the upper district. There is, however, a third way. Folks say Mikulich, the owner of eponymous Haven, is pretty good at forging enter permits. There are a lot of police in Trudograd and no single seventh heaven god knows every one of them personally. If your permit looks like the real deal, they let you in, no questions asked. What kind of guy is this Voronin fellow? I don't know him personally, just say his political inclinations, the laws he passed. I also know that he, despite the odds, he not only survived the dark times of anarchy in Trudograd, but even kept his seat of power. First as an army general and later as a politician. That means he's either very wise or very powerful indeed. Why would they move an entire factory piece by piece? What was so important about it? I don't know, I'm not in the mood for guessing. Maybe it was useless and decided to sell it to Astrakhan or reuse the materials for building the walls. Or maybe it was so valuable they wanted to save every piece of machinery from the hands of marauder gangs. Must be one or the other, unless it's not. Thanks for the info. We'll see about that. Could answer a few questions. What's your name, man? My full name is long and pretty, so you can address me by my last name, Kondrashkin. What do you do for a living? I buy salt from a fishmonger in the outskirts, which I exchange for scrap metal at the Jeffim's place nearby. The metal I then resell to Naranja, the merchant, and she fixes it up to look good as new. With that money, I go to Demian from the outskirts and buy 12 bolts of cloth and resell it to Guangzhou traders. Then I use the money to buy medium-sized suspenders and... okay. Your eyelids are growing heavier and heavier as you stand there listening in. You feel your eyes close and you descend into the lands of dreams. Sleep while standing as you were taught in ATOM. In your dream, you see many strange things, from midgets in suspenders to jeans boiling in huge pots and exotic birds flying around in cages that get exchanged from arrowheads. Everything dances around in a kaleidoscope of shapes or colors until a loud sound startles you back to consciousness. Exchanging the pulp of the purple pumpkin for the metal pants of World's by brandy. And hey, are you paying attention? Rapidly getting your bearings, you answer with a drowsy nod. Despite missing the most of the story, you still feel like you learned something new about the wondrous world of barter economy. What's going on in the city? Grim times is what? It's as if everyone's waiting for something terrible to happen. The last time it was like this was just before the Great Plague of 2001. Are there any good rumors? People in the cult of Saint Serioza spending the winter by the Great War Memorial. This last summer, people from Saint Slavik's cult stopped there. These two groups are dire enemies and never miss a chance to call each other heretics. If they ever met, there would be a big brawl in the square, no doubt about it. Okay. Well, we're done with you. Okay, cool. So you had a lot of interesting facts, and we got some money. Maybe we should buy that book. I don't know. I'm curious about that book, if it's valuable or not.
Я так занята.
You know what we do? Save. Take an iron-bound book from your backpack. White leather strap holding shut is a handmade piece, clearly one of a kind. You wonder what is it hiding? What obscure secrets lurk betwixt its venerable pages? At the back of the book, you find a cartoonish portrait, almost a character of a heavyset man with his hair combed back. A wrap on the book. Sounds hollow. Undo the strap holding it closed. Pick the lock. No. Weaknesses failed. Break the pin locking your fist. No. Endurance. No. Hasn't stopped and started the book some more. Do strap. What the heck, man? This seems to be something weird with that one. But I'm gonna wait. I'd rather see you save my money for now. And open it anyway. Policeman is frowning at the passers-by on Trudograd snow street. He's standing all alone, bracing himself against the constant gust of frigid wind. Come here, policeman. What can you tell me about Trudograd? Yeah, I'll tell you what I tell every migrant. Here in Trudograd, we hate adventurers and thrill seekers, and we are suspicious of mercenaries. What we like is law, peace, and order. Remember this, and your stay will be pleasant and fruitful. The house of service, difficult and dangerous? That's confidential information. My presence reassures the locals that someone is always on watch. If things get rough, I can radio for backup. I respect your position. Good luck. Damn, that was some butt kissing. Okay, you're in that room and I'm in this room. Can I take that without you flipping out? Okay, good. A plump man stands in the center of the room, eyes shut, fist clenched, mouth agape. After a few deep breaths, he almost deafens you with his loud, deep singing voice. Toreador, don't spit on the floor. Please use the cuspidor. That's what it's for. Clap your hands. Bravo. Bravissimo. Open opera singing bows to you. He has a huge green plaster on his face. Ah, prego, mascarpone per pizza. Dalla notte testa di arte, I see Maestro Ozolin's Mass is not only good at picking wine, he also picks the best delivery boys in the city. Oh, how scandalous. Now, what news do you bring, boy? You're mistaken. I'm no messenger. Seeing ghastly, his eyes roll back in his skull until the whites are showing. First, a foul-mouthed primal stove repairman barges into my boat, even though I do not own such a technological wonder. Then a drunken street sweeper does the same. Then a neighbor lady came to drink tea with me, and now you! Seems the whole of Trudograd will visit moi before Andris Mosadovich's courier arrives, but that's okay. Good things come to those who wait, as they say. Meanwhile, I, Lev Petrovich Sherba, would have you explain yourself, you scoundrel. What do you wish of this humble genius, the singing bird of Solsngrad? Sherba, huh? Maybe you can tell me why your name is written in this notebook. Sherba takes the withered notebook and studies the list of names. He then sniffs at the thing. I sense perfume. Oh, is that Red Moscow? A sweet, young, music-loving girl must have recorded my name in this notepad after she fell in love with my amazing voice. Such a romantic girl, such an ear for opera. The others on the list are probably also singers or musicians. But look at how clumsy the names are written and how lovingly she wrote mine. Oh yes, this last knows who has the most octaves in this vocal range, if you know what I mean. Says that right here that the notebook belongs to some Potap Verbalski. That's a man's name. So what? I love to be adored, no matter the gender of the adorer. I like all sexes equally as long as they are the sexes of my fans. Before you can fly, Sherba wags his finger in your face, warning you not to say anything insulting in return. In any case, I have no idea who this young bird is. I love all my fans, but there are just too many to remember them all. I see, and who are you waiting for, Sherba? I think I dropped enough hints already. I'm waiting for a courier to present my invitation to sing in the Grand Trudograd Opera. Oh, what amazing roles I'll perform under its lofty dome, on its time-honored stage. Why do you think you'll be invited to sing there? Why wouldn't I? I'm the best singer in Solsngrad, the town of the sun. My fame has long since reached this putrid ratness of a city. I refuse to believe my singing talent isn't enough for this place, because it is. Never heard of an opera house in Trudograd. Oh, please don't join my legion of haters. There are enough of them already. Sometimes they pretend to be simple passerby when they lie to me. Opera was closed down years ago. They will say, or, oh, there's no more opera in the city. But that's not true, because I don't believe it to be true. It's simple as that. What if you say so? Hey, can we talk about something else now? Okay, can you answer a couple more questions? I hope your question will either be about me or require that I share my opinion or some rumors I've heard. So tell me about something about yourself. How ignorant of you. Everyone in the world knows Lev Sherba, a nightingale whose voice has filled many a grade school auditorium. An abandoned lot in grim Solsngrad. It's a terrible experience in my hometown, which I do not care to discuss. I left St. Slavik's chorus for unmarried men and decided to conquer the Trudograd music scene. Any thoughts on Trudograd? A stinking, bloated clam, inside of which lies a beauteous pearl. Avert your eyes, lest you go blind, for I am that pearl, my boy. Any rumors, then? I brought a share of truth. During the last outbreak of the mumps in Solsngrad, the disease was only defeated after I sung a soothing ballad to the local hospital staff. They were so inspired, they instantly cured everyone. Okay, buddy. Nod back at him and leave. I thought I was gonna be able to get a quest, you know, to find this person, but I guess not. Um, There's all the people here. A muscular, dark-haired man with white soul is arguing aggressively with a balding man of similar physique. Can't immediately figure out what the quarrel is about, but it must be very important to them. They are so involved they didn't even notice your approach. I've been in past like this before. The bearded tough guy throws a quick glance your way and stops his opponent in his tracks. Shut your pie hole for a sec. Can't you see this guy is trying to talk to me? What's up, man? If it's about room, tough luck. I don't have any vacancies. What are you arguing about? Can I help? No, this is none of your business. Move along. Strength. Whisper. If that guy is inconveniencing you, I can send him on his way. For a couple of 100 rubles, that is. Save your foggiest proposition for your street friends. My good name is suffered enough from this idiot's doings. Even a person of questionable legality such as yourself would finish me off completely. What I pay you for, in theory, is to have a nice civil chat with the guy. You know, use your words. Yet this asshole is trying to either provoke me or make me lose my mind. First, he started prospecting scrap metal. That's my line of work, and until now, I never had any real competition. Then he uncovered some funky archival documents stating that half the places I'm digging up are actually property of his ancient ancestors, and therefore belongs to him. If that wasn't enough, now that he's coming around every day and declaring that brace yourself for this bit, that I'm haunting his sleep and trying to murder him in his nightmares. Fucking A, how can you even say such a ridiculous thing with a straight face? How could you animate shoelace tying, groaning, and an armpit washing human being believing such hogwash? No hogwash here, you only wicked sleep magic. You want to destroy your competition, don't you? I stopped you from growing fatter and richer, exploding in ancestral lands. So you decide to send a terrible visions my way. Don't talk to that modern day Svengali stranger. Leave him to fest in his own dark mind, or he might make an appearance in your dreams too. Straight from the horse's mouth. Can you believe this insane drivel? You can try and debate him if you like. I'm willing to pay a handsome sum if you get him to see he's spouting shit, but I'm half convinced an early grave is the only fix for this superstitious idiot. We will see. How about you answer a few questions first? You kidding me? What question? Talk business if you have any. Okay. So we got... There's people everywhere. Damn it. This heavy-set bald man around 40 is giving you a careful once-over. When he begins to speak, his surprisingly gentle voice does at all match his somewhat menacing appearance. I heard that Epiphanes asked you to talk to me about my beliefs. Okay, let's talk. I'll quickly debunk all of your arguments and continue to blame that scoundrel for physical violence and witchcraft. Do so until his will breaks and he admits his crimes. Okay, well, let's start. What's with all this arguing? There's no arguing, at least not on my side. Some time ago, my little scrap company began to step on the toes of Epiphane's Scrap Metal Cooperative. It wasn't any ill intent on my part. My business naturally grew and expanded to new scavenging sites, while Epiphane's crews shrank, no doubt due to their alcohol problem. I also have a legal case against Epiphanes for gathering scrap on the lands of my great ancestor, Count Artemon Bakhmitorov. Intellect. A legal case. The rights of the aristocracy were dissolved a century ago. The first years after the war, Trudograd's government changed almost weekly due to constant series of coups. Leadership changed hands between communist fascists, monarchists, democrats, anarchists, Deities, beach worshippers, turnip cultists, the unholy servants of the black goat, and so on and so forth. Sometimes during this political unrest, someone snuck a little statue into the city's constitution which proclaimed the successor of all noble families had the right to retake their ancestral lands, provided they could prove their lineage. When our current authorities finally disposed of the competition for good, they proclaimed the Constitution to be inviolable and impervious to criticism. Little did they know that the statue about the nobility remained intact. Okay, point taken, go on. At first everything went smoothly, my company was reaping huge profit and the judge promised the land dispute would be solved in my favor. But then, my sleep began to be plagued with terrible dreams every night, indescribable nightmares, all different. The one thing my night terrors all had in common was Epiphanes. He appeared in every single one. Every night his goal was to brutally murder me. Imagine this for a second. Ducky, you close your eyes after a hard day's work, but instead of oblivion, you find yourself staring into the bloodshot peepers of that buff bastard. Before you can tell whether it's real or the beginning of a nightmare, he is lunging at you with a knife. You run as the hallucination swells and churns unendingly. Cautiously, you squeeze through its vicious, slow-moving fabric and you know. If it catches you and kills you here, you die in the real world too. It was thanks to this never-ending torment that I slept through my court hearing, still working to resolve the situation with the judge. My work has withered as well because of my constant sleeplessness and distraction. That's why I'm here, trying to convince this asshole to lift the curse. So you had a few nightmares and the first thing you came up with was, I'm cursed. Is it that too far-fetched? The unknown and the mystical surrounds us? I'm not just talking about giant insects, bloodthirsty mutants, or that ominous red star that gets close every day. During every full moon, guttural howls and the sound of maddening flute pierce the night in the woods around the city. Greasy black runes of stone appear in the middle of the river when the stars are right. Black goat walks the eerie swamps in an eternal twilight. The Kishtum dwarf, Dietla Pass, the ghost of Stalin, all these things have been witnessed and even recorded by regular man. Can't all be imaginary. Alright, whatever. Is that the whole story? Yeah, isn't that enough? I just asked him to stop his wicked ways and settle things like a real man. So, the court system. But the scoundrel is acting all squirrely, denying everything, since even simple passerby like yourself seems to doubt his real warlock. I'll prove it somehow. And we go with speechcraft. Don't you suppose that believing in magic in our day and age is kind of dumb, partner? The man ponders his words while rubbing his sweaty bald head in a circle pattern. You know what, Ducky? Maybe I went too far accusing Epiphanes of being a warlock. Our paths cross every day. I see him in court. I argue with him all the time. No wonder I'm seeing him in my nightmares. Starting to think my own obsession might be more likely answer than dark magic. Occam's hatchet and all that. I need to relax, get some real rest. I put this all aside for a few days, then maybe my nightmares will go away on their own. Exactly. Take it easy for a couple of days and nightmares will end. And where the heck did he go? Okay. I don't know how you got that weird to move on, but thanks, man. Here's the reward, 300 rubles. Don't spend it all on a horse. Speech captain, it wasn't for my negotiation skills, he would have never left you alone. How about you fatten a pot a little, huh? Guess I could spare an extra 150. That's what I'm talking about. Here you go. Can you answer a few questions now? Yep, we can talk. So what's your name? Yeah, here a problem. I thought I told you already. My name is Epiphanes. What do you do? I'm a council that rents out rooms in this ruin. But my main business is scrap metal repurposing. Tell me about the city. The authorities were always bragging about gunning bombs out of the sky mid-air on the day the world ended. But we really ought to thank the stupidity of enemy spies instead of our amazing military. America must have miscalculated the strategic importance of Trudograd and its factories, since they only sent 5 nukes our way instead of 5,000. Only good gossip? Remember the massive cloth shortage 2 years ago? The same reliable sources are predicting huge price increases for pig iron in the next year. Look up now, triple your money later. Yeah. And who are you then? Looks like this young man wants to smile, but just can't bring himself to do it. What do you want? Nothing special. I want to ask a few questions. Kind of busy right now. Can you talk to one of my roommates instead? I'm curious, how much does it cost to rent a room here? Can I answer that one? My boss provides my room board, but you could look in other city blocks like this one or ask him if there's a spare bed. Gotcha. Okay. Dark-haired man sighs sorrowfully and turns to the jolly woman who keeps him company in his makeshift dwelling. See, just like I told you, first that uneducated savage moves in next door. Now strangers are roaming around in our living space. What's going to happen tomorrow, if we live to see tomorrow, that is? The woman rolls her eyes and the man sighs again before turning back to you. My wife doesn't seem to think you're a threat. Well, out with it. I want her to hear it for herself. What did our terrible neighbor ask you to do to us? I don't know anything about any neighbors. What are you talking about? You really don't know the guy? He calls himself Ruslan. Do you know if that's his real name? Listen, maybe you can help us. Not just me and my wife. By us, I mean every honest, humble soul in this mighty city. Okay, sounds important. I'm listening. You see, Ruslan, our new neighbor, moved into the other apartment of this building recently. He's a foreigner, a northern foreigner to be precise. Or he sounds suspicious, am I right? Or I can say nothing. Being an order is not his only sin. Every night his golden-maned, foul-mouthed hooligan sneaks out into the streets. Just as my recent investigation has shown, he heads over to a stack of old cable reels and hides something there. Most probably notes. What notes, you may ask? The only sensible answer is that they are seeking instruction on how best to conquer the scrap quarter during a full-on northern invasion. What else could it be? These reports are then delivered to the tribal spymaster, who's busily plotting the terrible tortures that apply to us honest locals when their accursed legions conquered Trudograd. But without proof, our local policemen will not lift a finger. I'm too scared to search out the truth on my own, especially at night. Second. I tried looking during the day, but his secret cache had already been retrieved by his handler. It must happen around daybreak. Please, young man, for my sake and for the sake of good, investigate this matter fully. Okay. Return I gift you with a bounty of expired medication which I cannot use myself because of the likely health risk. Deal? Can't promise anything, but look into the matter if I happen to have some time to kill. Okay. Understand you're a busy person, but please make haste. The enemy never sleeps. Sorry, but in the Skype war, discussing even the most abstract things has a tendency to backfire you, especially if it is for someone you barely know. Okay. Another quest. Man, we're getting so many quests for this place.
У меня очень много дел.
Young woman looks at you with candid disgust. Seems like you're not her favorite person, probably not even top 5. Who let you in here? I'm looking for work in the city. Know anyone who's hiring? I don't have any advice for the likes of you. Look for job elsewhere, preferably someplace far from here. You made your point. Can you answer a few questions then? Yeah, I'm not going to answer your questions as you wish. In that case, it's nothing more. God, what up? Where he stands a stocky lad of uncertain age. His red and unpleasantly swollen face is staring straight ahead at your manly chest. He's checking you out. The lad scowls and crosses his arm. What the hell, dude? This isn't Colcott's. Can't you just stomp around here in your dirty boots like some dirty boot stomper? Easy there, boy. I might have to whack you one right across the old sneezer. Fine, calm down. I don't want any trouble and see if you don't either. What do you want? That's all I want to ask a few questions. You didn't want the reference desk. Go bother one of my neighbors. Fine. Okay. Here. I think we've done this place then, right? You have to do a lot at night time. Gonna do a proper save. 10. You should be in this building. So this is layout of this place then. In we go. Oh. Give me all your loot. Gonna have to go around at night time and see if people are sleeping and we can maybe, you know, borrow some stuff. The heck is this locked off for? You walk up to the mighty old man hunched over the table. You're about to address him as Professor Goreshev, one of the reasons of your visit to Trudograd, before realizing it's actually your old acquaintance. My oh my, it is my long-lost heir, my blessed wonder, my hot-tempered offspring. Finally we meet again. The prodigal son returns to visit his withered and decrepit old father. Exogen, what are you doing here? You didn't come to visit. Oh, my fragile sentimental hopes, my poetic vision for a new world order. My soul's longing for immortality through transformative literature. All gone. Destroyed as thoroughly as if by nuclear strike. And all because my dear son has forgotten about me once again. It hurts. Oh, Supreme Soviet. It hurts so damn much. Oh, come on. No need for the drama. It's good to see you, Hex. You exchanged a fierce backslapping hug with the old man. What's new with you? Tell me everything. I'll tell you everything, but first you tell me, have you heard anything about Professor Goryashev? Goryashev sold me this apartment and disappeared. Oh, what was his reason for selling? His reason were utter nonsense, my child. He stuttered and mumbled like a half-wit, eyes wandering all over the place. Kept looking behind his back like a paranoid. Too many people know where I live. I need to lay low. Stuff like that. Was there anything unusual about his behavior? Sure, his petty nitpicking about every little plot discrepancy. The man is a total bore, obsessed with his belief in the superiority of hard sciences over the elegant and refined liberal arts. A hallmark of his type, an uncultured intellectual heathen. Well, that and the fact that he constantly complained about being followed. A case study in paranoia, if you ask me. Why would anyone want to follow him? Professor, my ass. How did you two meet? Our meeting was as unpoetic as the man himself. I saw his ad for this place glued to a fence. Unwilling and frankly unable. Keep squandering my fortune on a hotel room. I decided to pay him a visit. What was your relationship like? Oh, my dear sweet summer child. What relationship could Jupiter have with a common bull? How does a modern-day Homer relate to a Neanderthal oozing vulgarity and turpitude? What could I possibly have to discuss with this slave to the dull cult of quantum physics? So without getting into too much detail, we had drinks together sometimes and played checkers. Do you have any idea where he might be now? I tell you the same thing an innkeeper once told me. Same innkeeper who used to hide his pre-war vodka as soon as he saw me entering his tavern. Serving me nothing but that cheap swill from Trudograd's breweries. He said, I'm not selling my cozy and stylish apartment in the center of town and hiding away in a safe house just to share my new address with every fool who asked. Can you believe it? He had the audacity to say that to my face. Well, this is certainly intriguing. You betcha, and the intrigue doesn't end there. How can one hide his best drinks and never extend a copy of credit to his most loyal customers? Okay, fair enough. I need to think this over. As you start to turn away, old Hexagon stops you with a mournful cry. Wait a second, son, wait, my dear. Yes, I'm listening. You're here on a mission, correct? Come now, no use dissembling with your old man. I can see right through you. But you say we bring back the good old days, go on a dangerous and thrilling adventure together, father and son reunited. Are you sure? You got money and your own apartment. You look pretty comfortable here. Money means nothing to me, it's just dust, and after the failure of my second Trudograd book, there isn't as much of this dust as I would like. What was your first Trudograd book about? What do you mean, what was it about? It was about the adventures we had, you and I. Are you out of your damn mind? It was a secret mission. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Anyway, let's change the story slightly, adding a female agent, Marfa Arkadevna, as my love interest, and a chapter on how we've been rebuilding the USSR, colonizing what's left of the United States, and the story worth writing is worth embellishing. Any real author would tell you this. Fine, whatever. I can use some help, so let's go. With a heavy heart, you allow the old man to follow you. Is this a wise decision? If not, what might the consequences be? These are questions for another day. Let's go. Okay, so we got a partner now. Yeah, we're not gonna go solo this time. Like last time. Okay, loot. Take care of everything. It's not. Do. Piece of tire, sure. Okay, so. Okay, so you can carry some stuff. Ooh. I want that. We are about to level up. Let's see. We should have him for tinkering. So he can craft stuff for us. And I don't need to do that on my character. Put everything tinkering. Let's see what we should put him on then. Something I have written up somewhere. Let's see. Let's see, we should have these done as the same, right? An open skin and all this. And so we can carry more hit points. Juggernaut. And then what was it? Then we have yes. Gonna go with SMG for him. If I remember what I wrote down. Oh. Gonna have fast learner to that one I think we ignore. Go for that bookworm. Then we have that, and then we have this. Do, do, do. We need to get some points and levels to get the He doesn't need that. Let's see, there was neutralizer. Hmm. Hmm. Doo -doo -doo. What do we have here? Hmm. Let's do this. Go with SMG. Quick draw. Do do do. Listening. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. My ancestor turns apart me from a wound pacing in front of the entrance. She turns to you with a gaze full of hope. Valerian? You're really not the one she's waiting for. She shrugs hopelessly and shakes her head. No, you're not him. Did you want something? Speechcraft, lie. I'm his friend. Is he not home? Boom looks deep into your eyes and smiles guiltily. It seems she swallowed your lies. Oh, I don't recognize you. You served together. Oh, that seems unlikely. Please forgive me. I would offer you something, but I'm completely at loose ends. Valerian has gone missing. He stepped up, promised he would be right back, and I haven't heard anything since. Where did he go, unless you aren't at liberty to disclose that information? I'll be happy to help you look for him, Ruta. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful Valerian has such noble friends. I was afraid all his pals were good-for-nothing drunks or worse. But, are you really going to help me? Yes, though I don't know where to start looking. Ruta contemplates the words for a minute before flinching as if she had seen a giant poisonous spider. Alright, I totally forgot. Some other people came by before you. You also asked about Valerian. What people? I need to know. The suspicious looking thugs. When they first started asking questions, I felt relieved. Thought maybe they were detectives, but then why would such a large group of detectives be working all together on a kidnapping case? Especially a case that's so new. A new level, though. When I realized something wasn't quite right, I slammed the door on them. They weren't Dandelions goons, that's for sure, but then who were they? What did you tell them? I told them that what he looks like and what he was wearing the last time I saw him. Oh god, do you think they're after him? Do you know where they went? No, like I told you, I slammed the door in the grubby face. They didn't knock again. So where else could he have gone? He was planning to meet up with two of his friends. Jacek is Sakura, he sells apples in the scrap quarter. And Stefan Snowdrop, who served with my husband in the food expeditions. I think Stefan lives somewhere close to Mikolai's tavern. What can you tell me about Jacek? I used to think he was a decent fellow, but people say such terrible things about him. They claim he works as a hired assassin for the mob. Though I'm not sure if I believe these rumors. It's true my husband's friends aren't model citizens, but surely they are not murderous gangsters. Tell me about Stefan. Pathetic little drunk. I don't understand what Valerian sees in him. Even when my husband drinks, he never sinks to Stefan's level. Valerian has internal strength. He has integrity. I think he's friends with that Stefan only out of pity. After all, they serve together. Oh god, please talk to them. Maybe they know what's going on. Right, I think it's time for me to go. I don't know. What happens if we go in here and roam around a little? Stop, Bob. Yeah, are you staying here with me or there's nothing in there? You exited the building, burdened by your failure to learn anything regarding the whereabouts of the elusive Professor Goreshev with an unshaven man appears before you. He quickly takes two last drags of his ciggy and tastes it on a greasy smirk, his version of a friendly and inviting smile. How do you do? Hope I'm not interrupting anything. You see, I have a proposition. Go on, do what you want. Spit it out. There's this rumor going around that you're searching for Professor Goreshev. I have some intel I would love to offer you in exchange for a small favor, of course. I need you to accompany me to a certain little kerfuffle. A kerfuffle, huh? Go on, I'm intrigued. As a spirit, listen, I won't beat around the bush. I'm planning a robbery and I need companions. The victims are all criminals, so your conscience won't trouble you at all. There's good money in it, and no police will be involved. What bandit calls the cops when what bandit calls the cops when he's robbed, huh? You spin your whole plan to a string, just like that. Amazing, but I need more details. No problem. What do you want to know? First thing first, who you're planning to rob? Blood sports with animals are legal in Trudograd, but unlike in Paragon, all winnings are subject to tax. Let me tell you, tax is huge. That's why some smart-ass organized secret blood sport arenas to avoid the honor of padding out the city's budget. Well, they still have to pay bribes, but even legal establishments pay those, heh. Trying to rob one such place, these guys organize cockfights and there's always tons of cash around. They're also having some problems right now, so no one will avenge them if they happen to run into some bad luck. Us. And how do I know your intern on the professor is genuine? You just have to trust me on that. I did some business with old geezer. I see, and who are you exactly? I'm a man of great perception. I see opportunities where a lesser man sees nothing. I'll see your name is Pencil. Agree to my proposition. I'm rarely wrong. So what's the loot gonna be? It's gonna be big. Tell me, what sum would you consider good money? 1,000 rubles? Multiply that number by 10 and throw in an extra few grand. That's how much we're talking about. Aren't you worried I'll rat you out? Okay, I heard... look here. I'm the brains of the operation. You're my right-hand man. What we are lacking is a getaway driver and a skilled safe tracker. I'll give you the rest of the plan once we get hold of these guys. The driver, Mickey at the wheel, can be found near the city gates. He'll be out fiddling with his clunker. Safe tracker located the lab assistant can be found in the scrap quarter. I'll go recruit one and you go and get the other to save time, you know. Deal, I'll go fetch the getaway driver. Awesome, make it a week can be found near the market in the outskirts only during the day. Reel him in and I'll talk to the safe track. When you're done, go straight to the scrap quarter. I'll be waiting in one of the houses. Yeah, just don't fuck me over, okay? So, we got some leveling up to do then. Okay, let's see. What's the next point in this? It is 200. technology, and then we want to have, yeah, get this one. $50. Hello, Diggy. I'm trying to figure it all out. Oh, crafting the weapons no longer jam. Okay, dude, I'm getting that one, thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of... This one is, well, somewhat similarities, but it's also very different in many aspects. Let's see, this one is 10 to 17. Perhaps that one is kinda... So we got a companion already. I'm gonna give him... I have a weapon for him at the moment. Only bullets either. He can get this one again. Put that on him. He's gonna be our crafter boy. Okay. You won't wear that. Okay. Hmm. How are you doing then, Diggy? Well, he doesn't come with any weapons at all. Can we give him a melee weapon for now? So we need this one. Crafting recipes. To make the next, I need to make one of these. Custom made. Don't have some of the items. Oh, rope. God damn it, I don't have a rope at the moment. Okay. Oh, one hole. Rich. What the? Maybe a fashionista lives here. Oh, that means we can loot. Free stuff! Hmm. The young woman is trying her best to seem calm, but keeps darting very glances at the front door. She obviously feeling restless about something. Who are you? I don't know you. Are you here to see my father? Did something happen? What did you expect? What are you worried about? The young woman keeps glancing fearfully at the door. She starts whispering. Last year, my father bought the apartment next door. He was planning to rent it out with the first people who moved in. Oh. Weird noise comes from the door, maybe from beneath the floor. In any case, the sound terrifies the young woman. She flinches and covers her mouth with trembling hands. Do you hear? It happened as soon as I mentioned them. But talk to my dad about it. I don't want to say anymore. Come on, nothing happened. It's probably rats scurrying about. Her eyes goes round and she raises her finger to her lips. Don't call them rats. Who knows what they're capable of? Especially since not only their bodies are plastic, but their hearts as well. Can't tell you anything else. Talk to my father about it. Okie dokie, in that case, could you answer a couple of questions? What? No, I don't know you. Go away. Okay. Well. This is the dad then. Even the apartment is quite warm, the sleepy, sour-faced man is trembling slightly. What do you want? We're not looking for renters anymore. We found some tenants already. Have you seen them? In the apartment next door. Seen them move? Beelzebub's horrible automatons. Couldn't agree more. This lousy provincial town is full of demonic automatons and wizard dolls. They listen to the raggedy, ill-bred Leonid Utasov with his half-baked jazz. They draw a vulgar picture of Gadov on the walls. Yes, I'm talking about the modern youth. And I'm talking about the simulacra from the abyss renting the flat next door. What's wrong with your neighbors? The man's frightened stammering gives away to sarcasm. Oh, you naive, unspoiled soul. As you walk past the windows of the flat next door, you must have thought it was occupied by a fashion designer or maybe a seamstress, eh? Well, you've never been so wrong in all your days. Those plastic dummies are my neighbors and tenants. Evgraf and Adelaida Manikvinov. Wait, so are they mannequins or people? Have you seen them already? We have plenty of bystanders peeping in our windows. They're mannequins made of nothing but plastic, but Neverseer strikes a crumbled greasy paper from his pocket and falls in front of you. It's some kind of invoice. See, this is the bill of the previous month. It says right here, landlord. Yefimir Tatianovich Greshkin, that's me. Tenants, Evgraf and Adelaida Manikvinov. That's them, all paid and signed. They rent my second flat. How does a mannequin sign a rental agreement? How do I know? I'm telling you, they slip the money and the bill under my door every month. At 3 in the morning, the witching hour. Last month the money was late, so I decided to pay them a visit. But first, I'll be honest with you, I took a peek through the window. What if they were really drug dealers producing Black Lotus, I thought. I went outside. There was a mannequin staring out the window with a bill and a bundle of banknotes in its hands. I nearly had a heart attack. That makes no sense. How can mannequins move into an apartment on their own? He just appeared in the other flat one morning. The agreement and the first month's rent had been slipped under my door. I don't understand how they can move. At first I thought there was a shut-in living there with them, but no, it's just those two damn mannequins. Okay, but have you actually seen them move with your own eyes? Yoshkin smiles mirthlessly. No, never with my own eyes, but we have heard someone walking around on the other side of the wall, stomping and groaning, and in the morning, on my way to work, I often glance through the window. And what do I see? The mannequin changed their position during the night. The one that was standing at the window with a watering can is now sitting in a chair. The other one by the wardrobe is now in front of the stove. It's creepy as heck. Huh? Is there something I can do to help? I don't know. Every time I check on them, they're perfectly still. Not in the same place as the day before, but motionless. Just won't move while someone is watching them. Must be a condition of the spell that brought them to life. You can go look at them just for the sake of it. It will soon be time for them to start moving and making noise again. In any case, I don't expect much from your investigation. Don't give up all hope just yet. Who knows? I might just solve this mystery. Yes, Yefim Gerskin doesn't reply, just waves his hand dismissively and heaves a deep sigh. Let's leave the mannequins for now. Could you answer some questions? Since I haven't burned my soul and told you about the mystical Mannequino family, I think I can answer a couple of your questions. What do you do for a living? I deal in scrap metal. After I made a fortune in the business, my wife persuaded me to buy the apartment next door and rent it out. My tenant's a bit weird, to say the least. Anyway, I'd rather not talk about it. Here's some interesting rumors, though. There have been some very dubious character coming to Trudograd recently. People say that for every 2 migrants from the north, one will be either a terrorist or a drug dealer. It's going to be end badly, mark my words. Okay. And then we have this person. Middle-aged woman is bustling about her household chores. Seeing you, she winces if she spotted a flying cockroach in her kitchen. You have no business here, get lost. There you got some stray mannequins bothering you. What can you tell me about them? Oh, don't ask. They've driven my husband mad and my daughter too. To be honest, I'm also uneasy about having them as neighbors, but that's no reason to lose your mind. They really can't move on their own. That might be bad, but there isn't any proof. Personally, I've never noticed anything strange about them at all, aside from them being mannequins. I'm looking for someone on your street. Could you help me? No, I don't think so. I don't have time. Answer some questions? No. Okay. Hey, buddy. Where you going with the broom? A bearded street cleaner is sweeping the street clean and sniffling from time to time, judging by the snow and dirt everywhere. He's either not that good at his job, or thanks to him, the street no longer looks like it was bombed. He leans on his broom and looks at you expectantly. Yes? Hi, I'm new to the city and want to talk. Ahem, I'm not sure I like that, but okay. Looking for a local, Professor Goroshev. Any idea where I can find him? Goroshev, sounds familiar. Yes, I think I know who you mean. Lives at number 9 Kolotuskin Street, if memory serves. What do you want from him? Just looking for an old colleague, is all. If memory serves, Gorashev's a lot older than you, but that's none of my business. Walk around, knock on doors, maybe someone can ask and tell you more. Well, listen, how can you work in this weather? Man gives an offhand shrugs and adjusts his grip on his broom. What choice do I have? That's just how the old cookie crumbles. Can you answer a couple of questions? It's going to be... Okay. Nope. I want to have a discussion. We'll save and I mean... God damn it. Okay, now let's see here. So go to him. So this is a new thing in this game, that you can like put. Oh, that's not good. Plus 10% jamming chance? No. Yeah, no, but it's just this is different from, you know, the first one. Here you can like put in different things for compensated magazine. It's like I have on my character. On my crossbow, I have like an optics, so it gives you very good things. So I'm building it, so I'm going with a crossbow guy in this playthrough. Well, it's supposed to be pretty effective though. Because you have like different bolts. These are like 14% piercing. Then you have the metal bolts, which is like 40% armor piercing, which is insane. Let's see. And like hurrying up and looting stuff while he's on the other side. Oh, printing press, huh? I want to loot first before I talk to him. Apple. Some salt. Okay, let's go and have a little. Let's see. Good thing we don't have to think about food for him, at least. Our companion. A heavy-set 40-ish fellow greets you with a sad sigh. Hello and welcome to Viriko Novo's print house, home of the cult classic periodical Grandma's Secrets. Fortunately, we no longer offer subscription. It's gotten way too dangerous. Subscribing to a magazine is dangerous. How come? I can see you're not an avid reader of Grandma's Secrets. If you were, you would already know about my predicaments from articles like Printhouse Curie attacked by Capybarov's gang, Grandma's Secrets under siege, another Curie attacked by Theophilus Capybarov, and so on. We might have read my editorial, The Bloody Price of Safety. Gang leader Capybarov demands money for safe passage of Grandma's Secrets curious on his street. Editor begs good Samaritans for help. What's the beef with this Capybarov character? I have neither beef nor veil with this ruffian. The damn opportunist spotted my curious traveling through his territory and started demanding a toll for safe passage. I know what kind of world we live in. If he asks for a ruble per trip, I will consider it, but 2? That's just plain crazy. Subscription to Grandma's Secret costs 50 rubles per year. Do the math. I see, okay, I'll help you with Capybarov. Let me show you where to find the man. Oh, that's a strange map you have there. Is it electric? I hope gadgets like this don't replace good old-fashioned paper anytime soon. It would drive me out of business overnight. It does weakly and pointed at the spot on the screen. Gang controls a few blocks between here and the scrap quarter. Please tell them to stop harassing my curious or, kill them. I'll pay you handsomely. How handsomely? A few weeks ago I decided to buy a weapon for protection. I don't know if the merchant was trying to trick me or there was a miscommunication. But instead of a gun I ended up with a firearms modification kit or something. I'm not explaining these things, but I'm sure someone like you would find it useful. Got it. Can we change the subject now? There's some questions, you don't mind? Questions are easy. They don't make me any money, but they don't lose me money either. What can you tell me about your job? The local bandits extort me for my curious safety. I won't be able to continue for long. If only one of the city's faction would help us out. But do they care to? Nope, no one does. How much do you earn? Are you kidding? I can barely afford meat ends. You can tell me about Trudograd. The city of chaos and lawlessness is what it is. When the tram still worked, it was livable. But now, if my business fails, I'll be leaving the same day. I'll be better off living in some small village surrounded by nature. Can't you share any rumors? What good is hearsay? I will share some sad truth instead. Did you know that people who read books are a minority in Trudograd? What if the authorities still blame the chaos of the 90s for this disaster? That decade has become a tired old scapegoat for those lazy bones. Okay. Okay, time for me to go. Okay, cool, we got that map, safety. Go into this building and see what we get. This fella. This stooped craftsman is nailing a new soul to worn out boots without looking up from his work. He shouts out, "First of all, speak up. I'm a deaf invalid after all. Second, when I get those shoes fixed up." You're not that old. How do you lose your hearing? What? Ah, you tell me what roars and rumbles so that after the first shift half the youngsters' eardrums burst. The only way to escape from this thing is to drown yourself. Survival, no. Ah, of course not. I spent 20 years in the engine room of a cargo ship and went deaf right by the engine itself. Traveled all the way from Paragon to Rio no Okama, so I did. We even considered sailing to America to see how they were doing out there, but the weather wasn't too good. After that, I became a boot fixer-upper instead. Ah, so that's how it is. Do you offer anything besides mending boots? Man pulls out a cardboard box with a tube of shoe polish, a couple of brushes, and a dirty rag from under his stool. It is, I can also shine your shoes. That would be 30 rubles. Expensive, but shiny boots are real luxury. You mind answering a few questions? What? What question? No, Sean. Okay. Well, I ain't gonna pay 30 rubles here to shine my boots. Yeah, let's go in here and see what we got. You approach a small woman in green overcoat. She has the shakes, but you doubt it's from the cold. Most likely caused by some neurological disease. She looks at you uncertainly and asks, "Yes? Did you want anything in particular?" "How's life treating you, good woman?" "What life? Where?" "Oh, yes, it's not too fun. Maybe we can help you out." Yeah, well, she is an old lady. Huh? No. What are you saying? We cannot have any conversation. What can we have are basically spanners, sprockets, snowshoes, and monoliths. No conversations here. Seems like the old lady is a bit out of it. Her speech becomes stranger and stranger, and you can't even understand the individual words. You walk away. Okay, The mustached fellow sitting in the middle of the dilapidated proletarian kitchen gives you a haughty look and asks with a sly grin, "Got any beer?" You're dressed really queer. "Why would I share a beer with you?" "Well, you're a guest here after all. We don't take kindly to people bargaining into what will one day be our home, especially if they're not bearing gifts." "Yeah, you left wet footprints all over my mom's floor and you didn't even bring a gift, you selfish fuck." "Aren't you ashamed to be living with your mom as an adult man?" "Hey, if your mom is in a ditch somewhere being eaten by dogs, doesn't mean everyone should be so heartless. You tell him, bro, we watch your mom like hogs. He even promised to give us her flat when she dies. Don't scram me, SOB. I like choice number 2. You're gonna be the SOB after I stab a liberating butchie. Nah, we're not gonna be that mean. Hey, relax, bros. Better yet, answer some questions. How about you fuck off instead of asking dumbass questions? Yeah, get the hell out of here pronto. You're scaring our mom, for fuck's sake. Up yours, losers. What do we have here then? Write something in a pre-war notebook with a quill and ink, the woman whispers. How about you cross this pond with silver, you bastard? Katsky barked while lunging at the remain with a broken shovel handle. Sorry, I'm in the middle of my writing just now. Let's talk later. Oh, will you look at this woman? I composed my best lines while being tortured in a forced labor logging camp. In the cancer ward, while being crucified, while they were turning me into a devil. And you cannot spare a couple of minutes to talk to this kid? Yes, I heard a million times, Trudograd. I have my own process. I can't allow myself to be distracted. Okay. Fine. Talk to this fellow. Middle-aged man produces a dry smile as you come closer. You get the impression he's been waiting for you. Hello, shoot to kill printouts, right? Raisa has started working on a new book, so you're in for a very exciting interview. Son, are you really working for this very influential magazine? And you're going to interview some whiner while the gray-headed genius of Soviet literature has been at your side all this time? Oh, Brutus. Oh, Pavel Morozov. Sorry, mister. Didn't quite catch that. Are you coming to the interview as well? It's actually you I want to talk to. I have a few questions. Are you serious? Me? Wow, that's new. The magazine wants to know more about the man behind the great writer. Just kidding. This has nothing to do with you. I still want to ask you a few general questions. Sorry, but I'm not used to small talk, especially if it's not related to my writer's work. Okay, let's talk about something else. Yeah, let's arrange the interview. Rice is very interested in sharing details of her upcoming book with your readers. Okay, I'll interview your wife. Let's quickly go over the rules and you'll be set. First off, no personal questions, nothing concerning her love life. Second, don't call her by her pen name, Daryl Raishki. Your interview, call her Raisa. Third, I recommend discussing her latest work, Saving Private Remain. From Gypsy with Love, and of course the book she's working on, The Gypsy and the Senorita. Fifth or fourth, rather I need to ask a personal favor. Will you hear me out? Weird. Okay. That's an interesting twist. Go on. Right husband closes his eyes and pinches the bridge of his nose. Okay, this might sound stupid at first, but I'm dying to know upon whom Raisa based her protagonist remained, this heroic villain, this fiery, brow-flirting filibuster with a heart of gold. Of course, I understand it's fiction. But Raisa depicts his adventures erotic and otherwise so vividly that I'm sure he must be modeled on a real person. The novel Gypsy Kiss has a love scene where Romain calls out the name of his heart's desire, Raisa, even though the female protagonist is called Florizelda. He refuses to reveal the source of her inspiration, saying it would kill the character's masculine mystique. But perhaps you might let it slip during an interview. Please help me. Find out who is this Gypsy Baron's prototype. You have a real talent for circling around the issue. You worry she's cheating on you, right? You have to be so crass. I don't think I'm going to sleep tonight, but... Well, the answer is yes. That's why I want to know. If my marriage falls apart, it will be the end of me. Okay, I'll find out what I can. Think about you uncertainly, maybe. Thank you so much. Man calls his wife from where she's bent over the desk. Right, so there, the report is here. He's going to interview you, just like we wanted. Just imagine your sales going up, up, up. But talk to Raisa, now she will hear you out. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah, we're gonna interview her, right? Oh, who are you shitting on? Woman can, okay, do you want to hear the stories that Mascars tell? This one tells about the time I saved my brother from mermaids. This guy recites a tragic love story, but sooner or later, everyone will be avenged by this dagger. I'm distracted from writing. I'm here about the interview. Do you have a minute? Raisa looks up, blinking from illegible writing, and a kind smile blossomed on her face. Alright, I got so caught up in my own thoughts that the world around me ceases to exist. But I'm willing to make an exception for you. You're from Shoot to Kill Print House, right? Lie, yes, exactly. I work for them. Georg told me about you. How come you don't have a notepad or a voice recorder? Don't tell me you're going to rely on memory. Intellect, lie, point at the button on your sleeve. KGB spy tech. I use a Stirlitz miniature voice recorder. Wow, I'll have to use something like that in a future chapter. The tech we used to have to build a voice recorder into an ordinary button. Excuse me, I lost track of our conversation. Do you have a plan for our interview? Ichka, I prefer spontaneity to plans. Let's just chat and see what the conversation leads us. I like the sound of that. The best conversations happen in a friendly, relaxed atmosphere. Yes, let me get started. You can start wherever you want. I can tell you about my literary past and my most scandalous works and the universe of my Gypsy Odyssey series. And of course, I would like to say a few words about my newest book, or perhaps you have something else in mind. Let's go ahead and ask. Let's discuss your past. How did you become a writer? To be honest, I always wanted to be an author. For as long as I can remember, I've been writing silly poems about love, of course. I always wanted to write something deeper, to mix genres and make plots intertwine. What better setting for a thrilling, brutal, yet romantic and sometimes funny series than Gypsy Odyssey? At the age of 20, I had created the protagonist Romain and the universe he lives in. Which of your books is the most scandalous? The book I co-wrote with Pekanovich. It was called The Baron versus the Barbarian, where the characters of our books had to face each other in deadly combat. However, they reconciled, having learned that their mothers shared the same first name. This plot twist confused a lot of people and was widely seen as meaningless, alas. Let's not forget my other white-hot work, The Gypsy That Crossed My Palm. There, Romain's mother, Romana, predicts an attack from Sioma Voronok, the tyrant of the north, which results in the destruction of Trudograd. However, the head of the secret police, Major von Skandrolov, does not believe her and banishes all the gypsies from the city. Then the prophecy comes true. The expulsion of his people doesn't affect the Romain feelings about the ordinary citizens of Trudograd. And Sioma starts his invasion with an attack on an orphanage in the city center. Our hero jumps on a stolen horse and tramples the enemy to death. The following celebration, the grateful crowd literally tears von Skandrolov to pieces. What are you working on now? I'm glad you asked. I'm writing a sequel to my most commercially successful book, The Big Trouble in Little Gypsy Camp 2. As you know, in the previous book, Romain defeats his twin brother Niamor with the Gypsy King dagger. But 3 years later, his camp is flooded with poisonous moonshine produced by a mysterious merchant. The only clue to his identity is the same dagger sticking out of his left eye. Will a proud nomad be able to defeat an enemy that's risen from the dead? Or maybe they will form an unlikely alliance and become partners in crime. Or perhaps our hero will squander his energy arguing with his shrew of a bride-to-be, Marianne. Or maybe the brother of his father's sister's son, the young and dangerous Shetsky, will return from Egypt with an army of neo-Mamluks to challenge Romain for his title as Baron. So what inspired you to write the Gypsy Odyssey? What is your obsession with these adventurous types? I don't know, it's just an interesting subject. Some people read my books because of Romain, others for the epic battles. My books, where a guitar ballad serenading extraordinary beauties is followed by ruthless gunfights with the enraged paraplegics, Everybody can find something to enjoy. Have you ever wanted to write about ATOM? Even what? Never heard of it. I see. Right size is suspiciously. Do you? That seemed rather short. Well, maybe I can offer your readers some exclusive information about the series. You could reveal who the heroic remain is based on. That's something everyone is dying to know. Oh no, I like to keep my fans guessing. If they find out all my secrets, they might lose interest. Intellect. The real answer will remain our secret. I will write only that you told me the shocking truth about remain and it left me flabbergasted. How cunning! Spiking my fans' interest without really saying anything. And where there's interest, there's sales. I like it. Alright, are you ready to hear the truth? Remain is based on my husband, Georg. Okay, really? How did such a tough character come to be modeled after your husband? Yes, I know him very well. To me, that man is a hero. I grew up in a village near Astrakhan and my father was very strict. He blamed the war and the collapse of the country on everyone who wasn't exactly like him. Since Georg was a refugee from a badly bombed region, my father hated him at once. He used to interrupt our dates and intercept our love letters. He swore to kill Georg if he ever saw him in the village. That's why we began plotting our escape. It seemed impossible, just a fantasy, until one momentous night when I heard the thudding of hooves outside my window. I looked outside and it was my Georg. He was wearing his best jacket and riding my father's horse, Turnip. He suddenly offered me his hand and helped me up into the saddle, and then the Trudograd road, dust blowing in my face, my heart trembling. I will remember that night forever. When I started the Gypsy Odyssey, I wanted to preserve this memory and base the main character on my heroic husband. I try to be subtle about it, but when I write Remain, I'm always thinking about my beloved Georg. Well, what do you know? Thanks for the story. Well, thank you for listening. Feel free to come again. You're a weird guy, but that's usually the case with creative types. Stop, you're making me blush. Salute the woman and leave. Okay, buddy. Have you been able to learn anything about the mother of Remain, Gypsy Baron Extraordinaire? Yes, I did find something out. It turns out Remain is based on you, the time you abducted her from her father's house for her very first inspiration. The man's eyes well up with emotion, his cheeks flush a healthy red. And over his heart he speaks in a husky whisper. All this time I thought Remain was based on some ex or God forbid the current lovers. But it was a story of our love. Yes, now I understand. I stole a horse from her father, that tyrant, and rescued her from her farm. It included that same scene in Ballad of a Gypsy. I just didn't realize she had swapped the horse for a tank and her brutal father for the chief of a rival gypsy camp. She really does love me. She has loved me this whole time, and not only that, to her I'm a fantastically attractive, passionate young hero. Are you alright, man? I'm better than alright. I'm Remain. All these years, all her books were about me. This is how Risa sees me. I'm going to dedicate myself to living up to her vision. Yeah, but who's going to pay me? Also Remain? Ah, yes, here, reward. Take 100 rubles in these medicines. As a nomad of the wasteland, I can show you they will come in handy on your adventures. There ain't much, is it, brother? Okay, road warrior. With the wisdom of long experience, this old gypsy will throw in 200 more rubles and an extra medical aid. Happy now? Nice doing business with you, Remain. Man gives you free and okay. It's for you, Gajo. Gajo is what we gypsy call anyone without Roma blood, like you, and I'm a gypsy. That's what my wife wrote in her book. Okay, if you say so, buddy. I gotta go now. Okay. Well, that turned out nice. let's see. So we got some. Nice. We got med kits. We got the super stimulant. Oh, that's nice. Nice. You're taken aback by a stooped fellow staring at you with glistening puppy dog eyes, but soon realize it's not you he's gazing at like a love-struck fool. Your ethereal sea ripples and surges with 1,000 waves, trying to tell us something. You convey a message to mankind itself. You have no idea, am I right? Like the first one. Not this crap again. Nerds, come quickly! It's another refugee from the lunch bucket brigade. We go with number 3. No, I don't. Would you enlighten me? Did you know I can see radio waves? I was told it's a retinal anomaly. Number 4. I can say I believe you, mate. Let me take a closer look. The guy walks up to you without running. You look more closely at his irises than you ever looked at anyone. Maybe there's something unusual about him. Or maybe it's a trick of the light. You notice my eyes are a bit unusual. Thanks to the different structure, I can see beautiful patterns of colorful ether around antennas, but not here in Trudograd. There's something wrong with the radio signals here. Something wrong? Well, who would have thought? Alright, go on. Go on what? Let me show you. If you can see even a shadow of what I do, you get a much clearer idea of what I'm talking about. Walking awkwardly around back of you, he puts his hand on your shoulders and points at a particular spot on the distant horizon. Sigh and look at the sky. The guy stands so close you can almost feel his breath on your neck. Look carefully, see that? The sky is distorted. Look like the air over a hot road in summer. Black streams of radio signals from all of Trudograd are intertwining to form a monstrous spectral body. His name is Arafel. The leafy cloud of the Last Judgment, the precursor of the bloody reaping. Learn its pulsing, hungry darkness. This guy looks perfectly ordinary to you. Perhaps you should look closer. Tap one eye tightly. I'm trying. Pierce the astral veil with your inner eye. I'm looking. I'm trying to comprehend. You stare so hard you start to think you actually can see barely perceptible tentacles sliding over the roofs of Trudograd. Clouds turning into torn flags and humped piles of corpses amidst the silent, screaming, smoldering skyscrapers. The apocalyptic vision becomes clearer and clearer, reaches its peak, and disappears, leaving an awful anxiety deep inside you. Now it's perfectly clear to you. This city is doomed. Oh Lord, I saw it all! The guy heaves a sigh of relief and takes a step away from you, concealing something under his shirt. Oh yeah, amazing. You're a real psyche, hehehe. Think I'll go get myself a snack and find some place to warm up. You should get away from here too. I once saw this thing I'm seeing today over a little village in the mountains. A month later, Yoma Warnock burned it to the ground. So Yoma Warnock, what do you know about him? He's the king of the northern diamond mines. He's unforgiving, rich, and loves power above all. He's taken over so much land you might as well call him the next general secretary of the USSR. I see you're right, I won't distract you from your business any longer. Did he take something from us, or...? I'm kind of confused. Okay, let me see here. I think he stole something from us. Yeah, he took 2 grand of my rubles. I knew it was something. Hmm. I mean, I got some nice experience, but I'm not gonna lose $2,000, man. Oh, we're going to number 1. Not this crap. No, it's come quickly. It's another refugee from the Lunch Bucket Brigade. The guy glances around fearfully and starts making shushing motions with his hands. Wait, I'm not insane. Mine is a different kind of story. I'm sure it is, but first I'd like to ask you a couple of general questions. Questions? Well, if it's important to you, okay. We'll continue to looking at the sky if you don't mind. What's your name, mate? People call me different names, as I'm sure you know. It makes people feel big to bully and humiliate anyone different from themselves. I also have a name that invites all sorts of jokes. Grinja. My name is Grinja. Did I find that name in the same trash can where your mother left you? What the hell? A name like any other. Nice to meet you. Now I have a question. What do you do for a living? Nothing yet, just watching, as the old adage says, never do today what you can do tomorrow. You can tell me about Trudograd. Worries me, but I'm not going to tell you more unless you stop your interrogation, alright, friend? Any gossip you want to share? Have you ever heard of a potion that lets people talk to animals? Or perhaps it just makes them believe they can. Anyway, if you ever come across that shit, don't drink it. Just to keep a clear head. So what's the story you want to tell me? You can start now. Do you know I can see radar waves? I was told it's a retinal anomaly. So you're a mutant. Are you not afraid to admit this to passing strangers? If I'm a mutant, then it's only in a strictly technical sense. The only thing that makes me different is that I can see beautiful patterns of colorful ether around antennas, but not here in Trudograd. That's why I want to share my gift with the world. There's something very wrong with the radio signals in this area. I think there's something wrong with your head, mate. Aren't you bored with yourself? Explain miracles as mere illusions and lies must be so dull. The world changed after the bombing. Let me show you the terrible omens in the ether above us. Cast your gaze skyward. Oh, get off me. Yeah, you're not robbing me. What the heck are they doing in there? Andy? Hmm. Look at the box. Hmm. Hmm. Well, that's what this is then. Hmm. Hmm. It's illegal breaking into someone else's apartment. You're immediately confronted by a group of hard-looking no-gooders bent over a cluster of dynamite and wires laid out on the floor. The thugs staring at you, mouths agape. Pardon me, I must have entered the wrong apartment by mistake. Not to moonwalk your retreat, but one of the thugs interrupts you with a shout. So too much, get him! Attack! Okay, we're gonna do this differently. Let's see here. Let's see if we can do it this way. Okay, so he can do so much. Okay. I'm just trying to see if we can do this. I don't think so. He has got so dead, man. Hmm. Ah. Okay, it's not like the other, the first Atom RPG. You know, when you shoot, you can hit they hit your own guys. Here it's like no, here's like perfect aim. It seems like. Let me see if we can do it this differently then. Why did he not take a damage? Holy shit, what the heck was that? Okay, this is not what I'm supposed to be able to do at this level, I guess. We are like... I would have thought this would have done something better. Oh. His head just got shot off. God damn, how many times you get to shoot? I'll do No, that's what the heck? Wrong thing. Why does he just run up like... Well, well, well. That was an interesting encounter. Hmm. There what? Let's see. Is going to this place, and then we have that one to check in. Plenty of bones. Okay. But we will stop there for today, and we will continue our journey tomorrow and see how we can see what we do with all this loot, and then we're gonna go and sell it off at the market after we've been in these two places, and then we'll see. Got plenty of quests to do. But it has to be nighttime, but we can always rest for that. So thank you everybody for stopping by today. Much appreciated as always. Hope you all have a great Saturday, Sunday, and I'll see you all back on Sunday. Let me continue a little journey in Trudograd and see what we can do. Take care everybody. Have a good one, and I'll see you back on Sunday. Night to night everybody.